Testing one. Live. Audio works. Chat works. I'm here. I'm not dreaming. Hello. Here with a plan. Got a few things to talk about. Kind of. Varying degrees. There's a new horror movie that's, well, not new. It was made last year, but recently distributed horror movie that's making waves. I think it's interesting. Brings up interesting points about nice guys and other things. Ariana Grande broke up, which I don't think matters at all, but I almost feel this weird like legal obligation to mention this. And maybe a couple of other tiny assorted topics I've written down. But yes, hello everybody. I'm so happy to be live today. Someone said, I just watched Obsession last night. It was so disturbing. Disturbing, definitely. Yeah, I think anyone who says it wasn't disturbing, I would question. Though, there's definitely a lot to be said about it. Someone said, wait, what? She broke up? Allegedly, apparently. That's what has been said through the channels. So, shout out that for her, I guess. Anyways, since I guess I'll be talking about Obsession a little more later, I can tell you about another movie that I watched over the weekend. If you're new to the stream and you're wondering what is happening right now, I'm just going off of the same setup I usually do, where for the first 30 minutes or so, you just get like a yap session, literally what is happening right this second, where I just talk about anything and everything. And then right around the 30-minute mark, that's when we get into the main topic for today. I thought we could talk about like just what I thought about the movie, what people are saying about it, the themes, this sort of debate / not actual debate about who the real villain is, and also just minor like behind the scene things involving payment. And I feel like there was one other thing that I wanted to say about it, but I wrote it down, so don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. We will get there when we get there. I feel like I was gonna say something else too, but yeah, the other movie that I watched was Masters of the Universe. I watched the He-Man live action. I say live action like there wasn't already one of those a long time ago. And you know what? I laughed. It was, in my opinion, an incredibly stupid movie. But like He-Man, if you think about it, is quite a silly franchise with a lot of very unserious and campy things happening. And so I personally feel like the people who made that movie did it the right way. And instead of trying to elevate this into some sort of serious, I don't know, cinema, they were just like, what if we just treated this with the levity it deserves? So I laughed. shout out He-Man. It was pretty funny, honestly. Not like good to the point where I'm like, you have to go out and watch this film, but if somebody puts it on, I feel like you'd probably have a good time. Like everyone I've talked to who has watched it had a fine time. It was okay. Someone said, just got here, what are we talking about? A lot of things. Reading chat. Someone said, I went to see Boosters and music has me jumping. Oh, you watched I Love Boosters? That makes me happy. Not many people are watching that film, and I'm sad because there's a lot of really cool and interesting movie talk going on lately between Backrooms and Obsession, and well, that's 2 movies, but there's a lot of really cool movie talk going on lately. Sadly, I don't see much love for I Love Boosters, but I still thought that was a fantastic film, so I'm very happy that somebody anywhere has watched this movie. Yay! Someone said, I say, hey, what's going on? Yes, of course, 4 Non-Blondes had to be mentioned within the He-Man movie, which made me happy. Someone said, I Love Boosters was so good and so bizarre. That makes me happy. Yeah, such a strange movie. So odd. Very weird, but it had so much of a point too. It didn't just feel like gratuitous strangeness for the sake of it. It was great. But yeah, definitely watch that one if you are an adult. That's my little caveat there. Someone said Backrooms versus Obsession, apples versus oranges, bro. Two different movies. I'm not comparing them. I'm just mentioning that a lot of people are talking about them. Even though, frankly, I probably will compare them later when I give my mini review about them, because I feel like, despite the fact that they're not trying to be the same thing, my personal enjoyment of each may clue you in into what kind of movies I'm more prone to enjoying. There's several modes that horror can take on, and I certainly prefer ones over the other. But that doesn't make anything better or worse. I feel like oftentimes too, when people do reviews, they get really annoying really quickly because they start acting like their opinion is some sort of objective thing. But like, I could literally love a movie and it's garbage. I like, I'm trying to think of like just a bad movie that I really like. I don't know, like The Descent. That's not really a great horror movie, I feel. But it's entertaining as hell. And then there's also just movies that are like really well done and I just didn't enjoy watching them, so I don't care. You could literally nail every single aspect of a film, from the music to the way it looks, the acting, the writing, the themes. All of this could be like a 10 out of 10, but if I watch it and I was like, then I'm still not going to rate it a 10 out of 10. I don't think reviews serve any purpose other than illuminating one's personal preferences. So yeah, don't watch this thinking I'm making any sort of sweeping statements about the quality of Obsession. It's literally just a movie. I am just one guy. Just one guy. A lot of people are being annoying about a lot of everyone. I'm annoying. Everything is annoying. So I'm going to try not to be that today. And we'll see how that pays off. Hopefully. Someone said I love bad movies and media in general. Yes, I have a special place in my heart, a soft spot for bad movies. But Obsession's not a bad movie. I'll say that. Obviously, to me, anyways. Someone say your favorite movie doesn't necessarily have to be the best movie. Exactly. That's how I feel. Someone said I loved Beau is Afraid and Hoodwinked. Hoodwinked is a great bad movie. Hoodwinked is fantastic. I think I told y'all recently about me finding out that Hoodwinked was like available to stream, and I just had like a late night watching it. Like y'all were out there going to the club, having fun and the social life, and I was like, nope, I'm staying up and watching Hoodwinked, and I enjoyed it very much. Beau is Afraid, I didn't really enjoy. I really didn't. That movie like made me feel like I was about to have an anxiety attack. And it was so cringe, but well done, question mark. I also definitely do. Was that Ari Aster, or am I confusing directors? Whoever the director was, I feel like he definitely could have gone to therapy instead of making that movie, but I'm glad he made it. More art. Yay. Someone said, D'Angelo, do you use Letterboxd? No, I don't really write reviews of things. And I especially don't do like numerical reviews. I mean, I don't think you have to add like a star rating just because you're on Letterboxd, right? But I don't really think y'all want to know what I know about most movies, frankly, because I don't have very like, I don't know. I filter everything through such specific lenses, and I'm also not very interested in like explaining my reasons all the time. Sometimes I just don't like something and I refuse to elaborate. So I would be a horrible Letterboxd user. I'd be like 2 stars because I said so. And it's a good movie. imagine oh, D'Angelo just reviewed this on Letterboxd, universally acclaimed movie, and I'm just like, well, I just didn't like it. 2 stars. Someone said, did you see the Nintendo Direct? Kingdom Hearts 4 and Ocarina of Time Remake are coming. No, I didn't see that, and I'm sad that I didn't see that. Kingdom Hearts 4, let's go. And I'm always ready for more Zelda, even if it's more older Zelda. I can experience it again. That'll be great. Someone said, bring back just casually not liking something. Dog, I am such a proponent of just straight up not liking things for no reason. Because I also feel like people take it, and we can maybe talk about this. I think I have a little line about this in my outline. People take it very personally when someone doesn't like something. And I really do think a lot of people need to snap out of that. It doesn't matter if someone doesn't like your favorite movie. It don't matter. You don't have to explain to someone who doesn't like something that you like why it's good, actually. You're not being attacked in any way by someone not liking something that you like, I feel. But it very quickly turns into, oh, well, I bet you just didn't understand the movie, or this, oh, yeah, what movies do you like? That's one of my pet peeves, low key. When I say I don't like something, and then I immediately get question of like, oh, yeah, well, which ones do you like? Name your top 5 horror movies right now. Like, they think they're gonna make some point, I guess. And I'm just like, no. I don't like this movie, and you'll never know which ones I actually like because it doesn't matter at all. That's how I feel for sure. I'm very stubborn about my opinions at this point because opinions are like the only thing you actually get to have that you don't have to answer to other people for. I don't have to answer to anybody over this. Someone said is giving name 5 songs. Yeah, I have literally multiple times been asked, okay, well, if you don't like this, then name like your top 3 or 5 things that you do like. And I'm like, so what? You can do like a case by case, point by point analysis of like how I'm stupid because the things I like are not as good as the thing you like. That seems silly to me. I don't know. I feel like people well, okay, now I'm starting to sound like a boomer. But I do feel like people used to be much more open to casual disagreements. And I also feel like when you're in real life and not on the internet, it's a lot easier to just casually disagree with somebody. For sure. That's my opinion. Some of my favorite movies aren't even the greatest. I just love how they make me feel, I guess. Like the Fred movies in my top 4. Dog, if you had a good time watching the movie, it was a good movie to you. Or it was a good movie for you. How about that? It's a good movie for you. Someone says, I like to hear why someone doesn't like a movie. I like different perceptions of things. I know my taste is extremely niche. Yeah, I guess I like people explaining their opinions on things, just as long as they recognize them as opinions and not like, this is objectively a better movie than all of these other films. And I'm like, honestly, my number one opinion on art, I don't think anything can be objectively better than any other form of art. I'm being so for real right now. Like, I don't think you could necessarily convince me that Oppenheimer is objectively better than Fred 4. Maybe on every level, more care was put into it and more effort, and it resulted in something more commercially viable, and it makes more sense that it exists in the first place. But does that make it a better movie? I feel like that question comes down to every individual consumer. That's just me. That's just me personally. So I like hearing people out. Well, I hope everyone hears me out today. Oh, you know one thing that I also really don't like? I don't like getting labeled a contrarian for straight up just not liking things just because everyone else does. Like, that actually kind of makes me feel bad sometimes because I'm like, dog, I'm literally not a contrarian. Like, for example, I'm trying to think of something that everyone likes that I obviously like as well. Oh, like when Marvel was happening at first, when Marvel was happening in the beginning and I was a child, I loved Marvel movies all the way up through my adolescence, even almost since my early adulthood. I was out there like everyone, day one, watching these films, matinee, and I enjoyed them and I had fun and I talked to people about them, etc. Now that I actually I really don't like Marvel movies at all. I can't stand the MCU and what it has become. That's just my personal opinion. Like, I don't derive enjoyment from these films. It's not because I'm a contrarian or I'm trying to be anything. I'm just trying to be myself, honestly. So yeah, that's another pet peeve of like, people are like, oh, you think you're better or you're trying to be different. And it's like, or I just have a different opinion. It's wild, dog. It's wild. Reading chat. Someone said the MCU has defo worsened though. Well, I think it's gotten worse, in my opinion. I don't think the quality of the films is the same now as it was then, but hey, that's just me. That is just me, dog. Someone said DC over Marvel, not gonna lie, especially after Superman. I loved Superman. I loved that movie. I enjoyed the performances, the cast. I liked the tone of it. And I really also liked the like messaging. I guess it felt very apt. It was great. I've said it before, but that recent Superman film felt like what to me the point of Superman has always been, which is using this very fantastical story to highlight how people are feeling now about the way the world is in an easily understandable way. Yay. Some say yay Superman. Yes, yay to Superman. See, I'm no contrarian. I sat my butt in the theater seat and I watched a superhero film and I like it. I didn't need it to be, I don't know, some kind of crazy elevated take on anything. I just wanted to see a dude flying around and winning, and he did, and I was very happy about that. So nothing is like that deep, but also things are deep, but then I don't know, it's very complex. Reading chat. Someone says the girl who played Nikki in Obsession, she was excellent and she's going to go places as an actor, I hope. That's probably the number one main thing that I agree with when it comes to the pop consensus among Obsession watchers is like that lead actress definitely carried. Well, I shouldn't say carried. That's kind of rude. Even though I do feel like she kind of carried. But we'll get to that later. She killed that. I was like, what? You don't even have that many roles under your belt and you're bringing like this level of performance. Yeah, I feel like I can wrap my head around most opinions and perspectives, but the idea that Indy Navarrete did not absolutely kill her performance as Nikki, I would be very confused by that one. I would take your word for it, I guess, but nah, wowie, crazy. Reading chat. Someone saw her way of making facial expressions that is not that common anymore. So refreshing. Yeah, it was all in the face for me. I was like, yeah, anyways, we'll get there. I have a note. I have a little line in my review section about Indy and what she brought to this film. Someone said Indy never already had to carry that movie or it wouldn't have worked. But I don't think it would have been the same movie without her. I would agree on that front for sure. Who knows? Maybe it would have been a different movie if someone had turned in a different performance. It could have been good in a different way. But yeah, no, it's crazy. But again, everybody was working hard, right? I don't want to sound like I'm just but she was kind of mogging a few of the people in the cast. It's crazy. Someone said, D'Angelo, I feel like you would like aespa. I'm not like the biggest fan of K-pop in general. aespa's K-pop, right? But I have heard some of their songs and they're bangers. I like their like weird computer we have like a artificial member thing that they have going on. Is that a thing with aespa or am I making that up? I feel like there's this one K-pop group. Mavis. There's something in that group that is not a person. And I thought that was very fun and very campy. So yes, I guess conceptually I do like aespa. I do, I suppose. Someone said Ariana broke up. Yeah, she did. We're going to talk about that briefly. Like, as briefly as I can make it, dog. As briefly as humanly possible. I'm just going to breeze past that after we talk about Obsession. Someone said, you're right, that's aespa. Okay, yeah, no, I like their concept. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Someone said K-pop mention. Well, I'm going to mention the GOAT Shiny. Shout out Shiny for real, dog. The chokehold that they had, I feel like y'all, not y'all specifically, but some of y'all don't even realize how like strong the chokehold was of some of these groups that maybe are not like the first people that people think of now. But I was there for the Shiny Obsession and it was wow. I'm talking the girls showing up to school with like shiny pins on their backpack. Like, you had to be there for sure. You really did. Someone said Shiny mentioned. Yeah, for real. Someone said my thought was also with SpongeBob. Yes, Ariana Grande has broken up with SpongeBob. My absolute favorite headline of all time. So silly. Someone said Backrooms. I watched Backrooms. I mentioned that one a little while ago. And I liked it. I thoroughly enjoyed my theater experience. Perfect movie? No. But I don't think it was trying to be a perfect movie. And the visuals really carried that film for me, for sure. Also, two really great actors in there. Renata Reinsva and Chiwetel Ejiofor are both very incredible actors. And I also feel like if they were given a bit more to work with, that movie could have been crazy. But for what we got, I appreciate it. For sure. Someone said rip to my boy. For real though. Shiny was my One Direction. That's valid. For many people, Shiny was their One Direction. Oh, I have horrible news. Not bad. Don't feel bad for me. I'm exaggerating. I'm being, what's that word when you're like, oh my god, there is a word I'm trying to think of. It is similar to exaggerate, but you're just being over the top. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is I have terrible news, the worst news I've had all year, which is that I watched the first episode of Love Island US season, was it 8 or whatever? Love Island 2026. I watched episode 1. Hyperbolic. Thank you, chat. I see multiple people saying hyperbolic. I'm being hyperbolic when I say I've made the worst mistake I've made all year by watching Love Island episode 1 2026, but I did it. And you know what? I hate to say this, I think I'm probably going to watch a little bit more of it. I can't exactly react to just one episode. I could, I guess, but I think I'm going to maybe watch it a little bit more and then talk maybe about what it was like watching week 1 of Love Island as somebody who doesn't watch Love Island. Oh my god. Someone said I have never been able to get into Love Island. I was never able to get into it at any point before now, but just off of like, I don't know what it was, like dark energy and the influence of my dark-sided friends. I was like, I'm going to do this on purpose. And I let the dark energy win. I will say right off the bat, I understand why people watch it. I'm not confused by that aspect. It is entertaining. Truly, I feel like if reality TV wasn't entertaining, then no one would be watching it. So I can't necessarily argue that there's no value to Love Island. Like I was a little bit shook by a couple of things that happened in the episode. I will say this: watching this show as an ace person is a bit of a fever dream. I was struggling for many reasons. Now, granted, I'm no spokesperson, so everyone can have their own experiences, ace or otherwise. But yeah, watching a show like Love Island and just coming into this with a very ace perspective, and then seeing all the things that were happening, and I was like, I simultaneously felt like I was learning something, and also just completely incapable of understanding what I was seeing, and it was great. It was fantastic. So yeah, there's that little added bit of context that made watching the show extra fun. Someone said as an ace person, I agree. Yeah. Someone said watching it as a non-freak is genuinely insane too. Yeah, I also feel like you don't even like ace or otherwise, even if you're just someone who like maybe wouldn't necessarily kiss a bunch of strangers back to back, watching the show is still kind of baffling. Not that there's anything wrong with doing that. I was like, wow, it really takes all kinds of people to make the world go round, which I know now. I could never, ever be on a show like that. They'd be like, okay, D'Angelo, now kiss. And I'd be like, what if we held hands instead? And just saw if like the vibes were right off of that. We can hand sanitizer after, but like, I literally objectively could not be on a show like that. I'm not going to kiss someone I don't know. That's just me personally. And I'm certainly not going to kiss like 4 or 5 of them in a row just to see who is better and then pick that person to... What a crazy show, dog. What a crazy show. Someone said, when is the topic starting? Never, and already, and always. But probably in a few minutes, like maybe 3 to 5. Someone said low-key was a lot of heterosexual craziness. Okay, look, I don't want to be cringe. I don't want to be cringe, but can I say during Pride Month, can I please get away with saying, holy moly, the absolute straightness of that show was stunning. I wouldn't make this observation in other months, but June, I'm allowed to say whatever I want and will. So yeah, I was like, wow. Wow. reading chat. Someone said the hand sanitizer was just chilling. Yeah, I would need so much hand sanitizer, mouthwash, Everything, the whole 9 yards, please, for my Love Island edition. But what I realized though, now that I've watched episode 1, I see that there's different characters and they're people, right? But it's reality TV, therefore it's also not real. I see that there's different characters in different roles. So whereas I don't think that I could be one of the main islanders, as they call them, even though I don't know about that terminology, I could definitely do the bombshell thing. There's these people that come in after everything has been established, and they're like, actually, we're here to mess things up on purpose. And that would be me. So after you watch episode 1 and you fall in love with all of your favorite islanders, I would show up at the end and be like, let's ruin these social dynamics for no reason, because I'm just so hot. And I think that would be good TV for sure, because then I wouldn't even really have to do anything. I could probably just make a bunch of comments and destabilize situations. Meddle, a lot of meddling I would be doing if I was on the island for sure. Sabotage, just generally not being supportive of my fellow man would be my main goal for sure. So shout that out. Shout that out for real. Someone said designated homewreckers. Exactly. Sign me up. Sign me up for that. Just causing problems? Cause that's the thing. I don't care if y'all hate me. Now it sounds like I'm doing a Love Island. Wait, hold on. We can probably do Love Island parody really easily. Love Island background. It's the background that they sit in front of when they're talking about stuff. Okay, this is pretty good. We'll download this one. Okay, hold on. Image, adding this right here. We'll call this image 2. I should probably have named that, but that's okay. Wait, holy moly, I just downloaded it and it didn't download. Oh crap, because it's the wrong file format. Oh no, I downloaded it to my desktop like a goofus. Okay, there we go. That's fine. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Yes, I know you can't see me. I'm gonna move this down here. Wait, hold on, I messed that up. I'm gonna move this down there. There we go. Okay, there we go. So obviously I wouldn't have a Shure SM7B in front of me. I would be properly mic'd up. But yeah, this is my introduction to Love Island. I don't care if the viewers at home like me or not. I am quite literally just here to cause problems on purpose while chilling in a beautiful location. I feel like by the time I leave this island, whether that is me being dragged out of here or other reasons outside my control, as long as I have caused as much chaos and damage as I am capable of, I will be proud of myself. So just know, shame won't work. Disapproval only eggs me on, and I just want to see how wrong this could possibly go. That would be me on Love Island. Do you think that would... I feel like they need it. I literally feel like that is the only thing I felt like the season was missing, was just like a little bit more chaotic energy, even though I've only watched episode 1. So that's my audition tape for Love Island. Please sign me up. And yeah, I eagerly await your reply. I eagerly await it. All right. Anyway, someone said I need you on the show. Dog, I would be the worst person. Because like it's not real. I would just like, I wouldn't care at all. I'd be like, this is hilarious. As long as we're entertained, I feel like we're morally correct. That's the only reason we're here. No, I would be so bad, dog. I would be so bad. I think probably the best angle too would be encouraging people to do things that would play out very poorly. So like if he's like, because I would be paired off with all the guys, which don't tell them. I would be paired off with all the guys because allegedly that's what I am, right? And so I'd be encouraging him like, oh yeah, bro, you should totally like sing her that love song. She's gonna go crazy for that. When I also have the knowledge from talking to the women on the show, like she hates love songs. And I'm just like, actually, dog, you need to add a second verse to that joint. The love song is not long enough. I know what she goes for. I'd be like, I was talking to her and she was saying like, I think she said she likes that kind of thing. So just encouraging everybody to make the worst possible moves and see if their relationship survives it. Because if it doesn't, then maybe that just means you were never meant to be together. Anyway, that's all. Someone says, I feel like they always have people like that, but they don't usually admit it. I would be admitting the hell out of it. I would be admitting the hell out of it. Causing problems is for the best. Because no one's seeing my talking heads. Like, when I'm here in front of this, I can say whatever I want. The homeboys are not watching this. The broskies are not entitled to this information. So we could be honest as long as we're sitting on this goofy couch. It is when I'm in the presence of the villa and all the other people, I would act nice, you know? But it's all good TV, baby. All right, anyways, I am going to go ahead and pull up my outline. That is quite enough about Love Island. I don't want to start boring people, especially those who don't watch the show, which I will say, if you don't watch the show, continue not doing that. You're not missing much. You really are not. Okay, turning on my other computer. Someone said, have we talked about Obsession yet? No, that's why I'm turning on my other computer right now to pull up my outline. Today's a good day. Someone says, does your scalp get cold or is it for the fit? It's both. It really depends. Sometimes I am just a little chilly due to not having hair, and other times I'm just like, I want to be all black. All right, let's see. Pulling up my OneDrive. I want to go for a run. I still feel like I'm still ideating doing a half marathon stream because I think that would be fun. I recently practiced increasing my longest run, just to make sure, obviously, that I would be able to do that. And I don't know, dog. I went 12.8 miles the other day. So I feel like that's pretty decent. That's almost a half marathon right there. I was like, we can totally do a half marathon stream. It'll be hilarious. I just don't know how exactly I'm going to get a treadmill in front of my streaming camera because I can't really have one of those in this room, but I will figure it out. It'll be fantastic. Someone said, as a bald baddie, I'm always cold. Same. Same. Okay, so I have my outline. Someone says, I think about you when I go jogging now. Good. If you ever think of me while you're out jogging, slow down. If you're like, oh, D'Angelo might be jogging right now. He's doing it very slowly, probably. So take a solid 15 seconds off of your mile time, or take a few seconds off of your kilometer time for me. And that's the best solidarity you can do. All right. Well, chat, it kind of looks like my second monitor isn't working. As you know, that wouldn't be the first time, so I'll probably just have to stream without it, which will be okay. It'll be fine. Someone says I'm never out jogging. It's fine. You don't gotta. Just do something that you enjoy. All right. Someone said Obsession sucked, and I'm tired of pretending like it didn't. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Stay right there. Hold on to that energy because I need it. Otherwise, this video, it will be good, but I want it to be great. So just hold that thought, please. I'm going to go ahead and start recording. Everybody wave. Say hi. Say hi to YouTube. I'm making a video. Oh, I'm sure you noticed, but I didn't put out the last video that I recorded. But I feel like that's very understandable considering the subject matter. Someone said man take. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, let me drink some water while you all say hi. Someone said Obsession was beautiful. Okay, wow, beautiful. I know what you mean by that. But certainly not the first word that comes to my mind. Have you seen the new movie Obsession? It actually low-key doesn't matter. So many people have at this point. I'm going to spoil it for you. No, just kidding. I'm going to try to have a spoiler-free discussion talking around the edges of the massive box office success of this independent horror film. This weird debate going on over who is actually the real villain, even though I don't think this is a real debate. It's giving psyop. You'll see what I mean. And then also minor qualms about what film distribution actually is. Who gets paid when something makes literally hundreds of millions of dollars? And what does this mean for the future of film? I don't really have that much of an unpopular opinion about the movie. I think it was good. If you ask some people, you may think it was the best horror film to happen since the Melania documentary. That I don't know about, but I feel like now is the best time to get into all of these opinions. So let's just do it. All right, I'm so excited. Someone said, I feel like we're so desperate for good movies that we pretend that bad movies are good. Okay. Okay. Let's start there. This isn't even part of my outline. I want you to know that I'm not arguing with you specifically right now on this. I'm going to bring up the main pushback that I hear against that. Okay. Some people actually like things. I think nowadays, when you dare suggest that it's possible for a movie to be overrated, even though I don't think a movie can really be overrated. But if you feel personally like people are not, I don't know, accurately assessing the objective question mark goodness of a film, I think the first thing that most people will tell you is like, or people just like the movie and you don't. I have mixed feelings about that because I feel like that is obviously true. Duh. People like the movie or they wouldn't be saying they like it. But every now and then I do feel like sometimes a movie that is good or even great gets elevated to the status of being life altering because we're in a drought of life altering films. That's how I feel. Maybe not that this movie is actually good or bad or that it sucked, which I don't believe. But every now and then I do feel like, wow, we are so desperate for literally any reason to sit in the theater and watch something good, clearly, because a film that was just well done, becoming a cultural phenomenon is wild, dog. But anyways, I'm just throwing that out there early. Someone said overrated is fake. If people like something, they like it. I personally don't believe things can be overrated because that would almost imply that there is an objective level of acclaim that any piece of art should have, and that don't make sense to my brain. I don't typically believe most people lie about enjoying things. Now, granted, I believe that things can be overrated for you. I do. I think overrating is not a collective thing that we do. It's a personal reaction to information. There's a lot of things that are rated like a 9 out of 10. And for me personally, I'm just like, that's not what I would give it. So I feel like overrating is fine if it's a personal take on things. But if it's an idea that everybody else's opinion is wrong, I don't really like that as a metric usually. Someone says, I think Obsession's message is incredibly important to a specific middle of the road audience. Oh wait, hold on. We've got another take. I'm gonna put that middle of the road audience a pin in that. The one above that says, if you didn't like Obsession, you're going to super mega hell. Sorry, you just didn't understand what it was really about. I don't know if this person is being serious. So I'm not gonna react to this like in full seriousness, but I do see people say that a lot. Oh, this thing that is very popular. If you don't like it, that's because you have failed to understand. You failed to understand what was happening here. It went over your head, and that's okay, but it doesn't make it a bad movie. It makes your interpretation of the film incorrect because you weren't as smart as everyone else who watched it. And I vehemently disagree with that. I strongly disagree with that. Actually, there are movies that I watch where it's very obvious what was being done, and they are well done. I just still don't like them. There's a lot of times I completely understand the point of a movie, and either I just didn't like the point, or I felt like maybe I don't know, I just don't like the film. I do feel like generally I tend to understand movies pretty well, because I try to think about them a lot after a while, watching them, etc. So yeah, I strongly push back against the notion that people who don't like something don't understand it, even though that may be the case for a lot of people, for sure. For sure. Reading chat. Someone says, and it's rude. Well, I do think it can be rude too, like if you're just being, because you're kind of calling people stupid for not liking something, and that sucks. But anyways, let's talk about, what am I talking about? Pulling the trailer. Trying to pull a trailer that doesn't have not the trailer, pulling the poster. We'll pull one that doesn't have like a bunch of blood on it. I don't think YouTube loves blood, which is fine. That's okay. I'll allow it. Open image and new tab. So, if you've been hearing people yap about this film and you have literally no idea what anyone is talking about, Obsession is a horror movie that was Released initially in 2025, recently distributed 2026 wide release, has absolutely done numbers. And without spoilers, it's basically about this dude right here, Bear, who makes a wish that the the woman of his dreams would love him more than anyone else in the entire effing world. And it goes about as right as you think that would go in a horror film. That's my non-spoilery summary of Obsession. Someone said, I'm not saying you can't dislike Obsession, but if you can't pinpoint a theme, I will believe you truly didn't watch the movie with your brain on. Sorry, it's a brain on movie. This is so interesting. I think the movie obviously has a point, for sure. I feel like if somebody's a review or whatever is that the film has literally no point, then yeah, it would just, maybe they didn't watch the movie, honestly. But I do feel like sometimes I get a little hesitant to label some films as brain on movies and other films as brain off movies, because it happens to a lot to movies that I personally enjoy get slotted in the brain off category when actually a lot of work went into those as well. I understand what people mean when they say this. So as you see, like the way we talk about film, it has become shorthand for everything that's happening on the internet, the way people react to media, the way people react to each other's opinions. Tensions can get really high, but don't worry. I think it's just a movie. So whether somebody really loves it or really hated it, everything is fine and the world will continue spinning for us because we're not in a horror film. Well, debatable. Someone said the director mentioned the name Bear was an accident and not a commentary on Man versus Bear. I will say it is very funny how there is that big debate, or I don't know if it's a debate because I feel like most people's answer is the same, but on whether women would choose the man or the bear. But then in this movie, you get Bear, a man who I don't think you should choose. I don't think that's very spoilery to say. Reading chat. Some of the people act like a PhD when they notice low-hanging themes in a movie. Like they all have themes. It's okay. Again, as you see, there's a lot of tensions. I love talking about this stuff. I feel like when I'm talking about things that are like maybe more immediate, it can get scary when people come into them strong. But with movies, this is what I went to school for. Y'all have no idea how giddy I get over film discussion, and the fact that the entire internet is having film discussion, whether or not I agree or just like it doesn't matter. I just get so happy when people watch movies and talk about movies and do their best to break them down, because I had to do that or I would have failed. I paid so much money out of my own pocket and blood, sweat, and tears to be forced to evaluate movies. So let's all do it together. Someone said we're all debating. This is so fun. Like, this is literally fun. But yeah, as somebody who literally technically went to school for mass communication and objectively learned how to interpret media, I still feel like movies are just movies. And that means they're equally beautiful and deep, and also it's completely okay to go from a purely subjective standpoint when you evaluate a film. Someone said this is your area. This is technically my area. I'm trying not to be like a loser or a jerk or a well, actually, because I don't think I have a better take on it. But let's start with my mini review of Obsession. You know, if your friends haven't ranted about it enough, allow me. I'm going to start with what I think is some of the best parts about it. It's a very pretty film. It's limited in its budget, and you see this immediately. It's not a lot of places in the film. There are not very many scenes per se, but they use the absolute hell out of the scenes that they have. I think it was a fantastic usage of budget for a film that costs less than $1 million to make. Big fan of the grading, the usage of lighting, shadows, etc. I personally don't think budget is like something to look down upon. I evaluate every film on the level that it was created at. So if you're telling me, hey, we didn't even have $1 million to make this joint and it looks at least this nice, I'm going to be very impressed. And actually, I think it looks more expensive than it is, which is very impressive. And it really makes me wonder about some of these bigger budget movies. But we'll get to money in a second. Someone said the soundtrack was amazing. Dog, don't spoil. I haven't talked about the music yet. I'm gonna. Okay. Speaking of this human right here, this is the one part where I am finna agree with every single person on the internet who said that her performance was crazy. Dog, she's scary. She's scary, okay? This is Indy Navarrete, the actress, playing the character of Nikki, who is the woman that Bear wishes to love him, etc. And the amount of range that you get out of this, she plays everything from endearing to absolutely terrifying, and everywhere in between. And I just think it is non-stop, quite literally comes in firing on all cylinders and does not let her foot off the gas until the very end of the film. And even that was done really fantastically from a performance standpoint. I see a lot of people saying Indy Navarrete, breakout star, this is her moment, people talking about award season buzz. I don't care if she gets an Oscar or not. The Oscars are incorrect. She ate that film down, okay? She destroyed it. Someone said the changes, the physicality of them. Yes, that's my favorite thing about her performance in this. I don't understand how she moves her face the way that she does, but she felt so bizarrely in control of every single little muscle, and it just made everything so uncanny. Oh my God, it was amazing. Someone said some of the jump scare scenes, oh my God, her acting is insane. The acting was so strong, the film could jump scare just by her changing facial expression. I'm taking notes. Someone said, I'm seeing Obsession later tonight, so I'm going to bounce. Have a good day, everyone. Okay, you can bounce. I will say, like, maybe dip when we start talking about the real villain. I am trying to be spoiler free, but you know what? It's probably going to wind up getting spoiled. So I understand. All right, moving forward. I feel like I'm going to get in copyright trouble if I play this scene. And I don't want to get in copyright trouble, but I just want to play the scene anyway, dog. Hold on, let me fix my audio so y'all can all hear. This is like the one scene that everybody keeps playing.
I love you so.
Volume master. We'll crank it up, like, I don't know, 500, something like that.
So much.
Maybe it's still quiet. I'm just gonna leave it here. So then here he's gonna ask her a question that's a little bit spoilery, and I'm gonna skip the question, but let's just say she didn't like it. She's scary. And so I feel like from that perspective, I had a lot of fun. It's actually great just watching someone who's good at their job do their job for like 90 to 100 minutes. Fantastic. Reading chat. Someone said some of these film bro dudes that say they have to method act should take cues. Yeah, maybe you could just be a good actor from jump and you don't have to do weird method acting things. Actually, since we're here, I also do feel like method acting is such a funny debate that you have to like shift yourself into a 24/7 headspace of the character before being able to do that performance. Because that's usually used to justify a bunch of weird behavior. Like Jared Leto sending... Well, did he send like dead rats to people, or am I mixing that one up? I feel like he actually did that. I feel like he actually genuinely did that. Someone said, I'm sorry, this is hilarious. Well, that's the tricky thing about Obsession is like parts of it are funny. The whole thing is kind of almost funny, and yet also it's not really funny at all. I think there were several times during the showing of the film that my theater was just laughing, which I have very conflicted feelings on. I won't explain why, because then I'm just going to sound really annoying, but I think the film knows that this is a bit ridiculous. Let's see. Someone said use condoms. Oh, he did, didn't he? Hold on. Oh, it was a dead pig. Oh, he said he did not. Hold on. He's saying he did not send the use condom things. Okay, here. Back in 2016, co-star Viola Davis claimed in a Vanity Fair interview that Jared Leto, who played the Joker, gifted his castmates some really horrific things, including a live black rat to Margot Robbie and a dead hog that his henchman apparently plopped onto the table during filming. That's really gross. Okay, so then I guess from there it spiraled into someone said use condoms, which didn't happen. But no, he did. He did. According to Viola Davis, absolutely send a rat and dead pigs to people. He says any of the very few gifts that were ever given were given with the spirit of fun and adventure and received with laughter, fun, and adventure. And also saying these instances were filmed. I'm playing a guy called the Joker. It's okay to play some jokes. He went on to say, nothing ever crossed any lines, and it's not up to other people on the internet to create those lines. Leto added, at the end of the day, I'm an artist. If I do something risky and you don't like it, basically, you can kiss my... No thanks, Jared. I'm good. But yeah, there's a special approach that some people take to acting that just pisses me off so bad, because I'm like, you don't need to like start acting like the Joker in real life just to turn in a better performance. But that's my opinion. Someone said, how is he not fired? Because probably he's Jared Leto, honestly. That's so weird. Someone said there's an interview where he admitted it. Is there? Oh, look, there's more context to this. It sounds like you have to search for yourself for the receipts of what he did or did not send, because people are making it sound like he's changed the story a little bit. But anyways, someone said he's got that cult PR. Yeah, there is also the part where it seems like Jared Leto was running a cult. I don't remember the details of that, though. I'm not really a big fan of him as a person or actor, but that's just me. Anyways, I will say I have some personal complaints about some of the rest of the acting in Obsession. I found it to be somewhat uneven across the board. I don't think that all of the performances were striking me as interesting, but that's okay. Certainly none of them are bad enough to ruin the movie by any means. I don't even know if any of them are bad per se. I guess it just can be distracting when you're really focusing on one person who seems to be doing a lot, and then some of the other performances are just like, fine. Reading chat. All right. Someone says he's going to be Skeletor in the new He-Man. I watched that film, and sadly, the performance of Skeletor was good, but it didn't make me like him at all. At all. So someone said an obsession. No, I just took a break to talk about method acting and why I think it's stupid. Someone said, has D'Angelo always had snake bites, or am I just noticing now? I've had them for a couple months, maybe. Anyways, the next thing I'd like to mention that I thought was really, really good in Obsession was the soundtrack. Actually, I feel like I haven't seen enough people talk about it, or maybe they are, and I just miss those conversations. But you get a lot of really fun / creepy motifs and themes and stuff like that. I really never failed to notice the music, but not in a distracting way. I feel like it's a really fine line where if I am constantly thinking about the music in the movie, it can be because it's not placed well. But in this specific case, I felt like it added a lot, and it wouldn't be the same film without it. So shout out that. Someone said they hetero watched He-Man. Did they? I don't know. Skeletor in this new movie was kinda someone said I'm not seeing He-Man because of Leto can't support him. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Anyways, now kind of getting into parts of the movie that I maybe just didn't really super love. Someone said they look really cool on you. Why? Thank you. I appreciate it. Dog, I didn't like all elements of the plot equally. I didn't find parts of it as compelling as others. That doesn't mean that it was bad. That just means my personal enjoyment. There were a few times where I was a little bit bored. There were maybe a few handlings of characters that I will say in a non-spoilery way where I was just like, okay, that's fine. We could have done this or not done this, and it's all right. But you know what? Again, that's a me thing, not a movie thing. I do feel like it's helpful to judge films based off of what they're trying to be and also what you would have wanted out of them. Maybe I might have wanted a little bit more in some respects, but I don't get the idea that this film was failing to hit any of the marks it set out for itself. Someone says I haven't seen it, but in the trailer scene I looked very straightified. That's fair. Someone says, I enjoyed the boring bits because it was a break from my fear and constant stress. That's fair as well. Definitely movies do need a flow to them. But anyways, I think what would be helpful in this case to explain what I mean when I say Obsession was a good movie, just not really one of my favorites, and I don't think I enjoyed it as much as the average person. It's mostly just because I enjoy a specific other kind of horror film. That doesn't make any of them like better or worse. So here. Oh crap. My link is not working. Here we go. Here is a movie that many people would actually probably find boring and slow and insert any number of criticisms, but I think that this movie rocks. I think it's super metal. I love The Witch. I think it's a fantastic horror movie, definitely one of my favorites. I don't know if I would say it's my favorite, but sometimes I would almost be tempted to say that. So I tend to gravitate towards movies that are a little... Well, I don't know. For example, here's an unpopular opinion for you. I am one of the 3 humans who actually low-key likes Nope better than Get Out. I don't think that Get Out is a bad film by any means. I think that this movie is incredible. I think if you don't even really like horror movies, but you're thinking about getting into the genre, you should literally just watch this one. A movie that succeeds on every single level. It's fantastic. One of the best horror movies I've ever seen. And yet, just going off of my own personal enjoyment, I low-key liked this one more because it was more up my alley in terms of what was happening visually, thematically, and sort of an abstract nature to it that doesn't make it like better. That makes me like it more. And so kind of coming back to the realm of Obsession, when I make this comparison, please don't get mad at me and say you're comparing 2 movies that don't have anything to do with each other. I'm just comparing 2 films that are currently in theaters right now and are both horror and very popular and created by people who were formerly of YouTube. Backrooms, which I would argue in many respects actually kind of was not as strong as Obsession, like story-wise and thematically, it may not have been trying to do as much. I enjoyed it a bit more because it was a little bit more liminal and abstract, and it was off-putting in a different way that I tend to get more mileage out of. So that's my review of Obsession. Good movie. Understand why people liked it. Kind of didn't love it, but that's fine, and it's not a personal indictment of your taste or the film's quality. Is that fair? Is that fair, chat? Does that sound like I'm just some, like, I don't know, crazy hater who failed to understand the film, or like I'm trying to be contrarian? I'm literally just going off of my personal enjoyment because I feel like that's the only thing that matters in the review, honestly. Low-key. That's just me. Someone said that's fair. I think it's fair, yeah. If I was sitting here and I was just like, Backrooms was objectively better for this reason, that reason, and this reason, that's stupid. They can't be objectively better. They're not the same movie, and they're not trying to be the same movie. But which one did I like more? It has nothing to do with the movies themselves, but just the movies that I gravitate towards. Nope is a weird movie for totally different reasons. Backrooms, The Witch. These are all just slow, strange, bizarre films, and I kind of hate watching them, but I don't know. That's why I love horror, bro. It makes me happy. But Obsession, done well. Everybody clearly put a lot of love into it. And I appreciate that there's a movie in theaters right now that is about these themes of being a nice guy and what that really means. Romance versus love, autonomy, etc. Someone said, I just want you to know I'm watching this stream in a tree. I'm jelly of you. I wish I was in a tree right now. I am in an office chair in my room where I stream from and cut all of these videos. Reading chat. Someone said, didn't Backrooms start out as a game, kind of like Iron Lung? No. Correct me if I'm wrong. Backrooms has a game, but it's based off of a picture, right? Am I wrong about this? I feel like there is a Backrooms game, obviously, but Iron Lung, which is Markiplier's movie, so many YouTubers are in the cinema. He specifically based off of an IP that was a video game and nothing else beforehand. But whereas the Backrooms, people have made a game based off of it, Kane Parsons has made multiple YouTube videos based off of it, and now this movie, all of this is just stemming from a picture and a series of pictures and aesthetics that have like circulated the internet for a very long time, I think. Sort of. That's my thought on it. I could be wrong about that. Someone said, did you watch Iron Lung? Yeah, thoughts on that? It was good. I think Markiplier did a great job. Definitely like better than I was expecting, which I'm happy about. Someone said it's based off a pic from a furniture store. Yeah, no, that yeah, it was mostly, someone said creepypasta to game to movie. Yeah, the Backrooms started off basically as an urban legend, which I think is super dope. And then it turned into a bunch of artwork based off of it. And then from there, we're now getting movies in theaters, which I think is a fantastic film for a fantastic trajectory for a horror film. Someone said, gotcha. Okay, good. All right, so anyways, moving off of that, let's talk about parts that I am happy about. Putting all of my opinions on Obsession in the box for a moment, one thing that makes me incredibly happy is that an original film is killing it right now at the box office. Something that is not a sequel, even though, hey, sequels can be fun. Something that's not a reboot or any of this. Everyone has decided, you know what? We're going to put butts in seats, pay for these tickets. And Obsession, according to Bloody Disgusting, is now officially the highest grossing horror movie of 2026. I'm serious. These are some nasty numbers, bro. Worldwide, Obsession is now the highest grossing movie in history for Focus Features. The current worldwide total is $224.7 million. That would make it the highest grossing horror movie of the year, beating Scream 7, which I'm happy that anything is beating Scream 7, but that's a whole other can of worms. And it says right here, the best part, the production budget for Obsession was just $750,000, with Focus Features acquiring the film for a reported $15 million. Even when you factor in the marketing spend and the fact that theaters get their own sizable cut, this is a massive win for Focus. I think it's a massive win for movies. Please take more chances with small, little films that no one asked for. You don't always have to do big, giant films that no one asked for. Reading chat. Someone said, boo, Scream 7 never watched. Yeah, that is a movie I personally boycotted. Reading chat. Someone said it's not a remake or a prequel / sequel. I'm all for that. Yeah, exactly. Hey, the more original movies y'all want to go pay money to fund and create, that's great. Also, since I'm here in a video that is about movies, and this is my only chance to say this, pulling up this poster. If one or two of y'all thought to yourself, hey, going to the theaters was really fun and I like weird movies, maybe go see I Love Boosters. That's what you don't have to, and I understand. The film is kind of about much less objectively interesting things, but it's very fun. I promise people put a lot of work into this. It is original, it's unique, and it's got some stellar performances and music as well. Anyway, sorry, I'm just doing my routine promo for I Love Boosters. No one paid me to do this. I just also want to see more films of this caliber in theaters as well. Thanks. So I love this movie. Dog, it was right up my alley for real. Someone says not available in the UK. That makes me sad, but hopefully it will be. Someone said I watched I Love Boosters. It was so good. Dog, I'm also just a fan of like Keke Palmer's work for sure. And I was like, yes, Keke Palmer shining as she always does. It was fantastic, dog. Yes. Someone said I think it's fun and campy. Very campy film. I Love Boosters. Anyways, not to be too distracted. Someone said the director's other movie, Sorry to Bother You, is also amazing. It is. Crazy film. That's all I'll say because I don't want to spoil that one. But yeah, wow. All right. So moving on, we talked about kind of Indy Never Eddie's performance, how the film looks, the low budget, but they did great. Soundtrack being really good. Me not being like a super huge fan of the plot, but it's still being a well done plot. My own preferences kind of differing. Box office reception. Oh yeah. Okay, great. And so part of the reason. Sorry, I had to like reorient myself. Part of the reason that this film is doing so well is just because the word of mouth has been literally crazy. It actually made more money in its follow-up weeks than it did after debuting, making it the biggest fourth weekend ever for a horror film, ahead of the Blair Witch Project, which did 24 million against Obsession's 25 million. And I just think all of that is really cool. All of that is fun. Now, granted, so this is going to come back up later in a second when we talk about like who actually gets paid based off of this, and is it the people who worked on the movie? You can hazard a guess, but we'll get there when we get there. Someone said, I wish I could like horror movies, but the trauma from real violence is hard to get past. Yeah, you should definitely just not watch them. That makes sense. It is kind of sad, I guess, to like not be able to watch the genre, but nothing is more important than you and your personal like well-being. Definitely if these are movies that would lead you to feel worse or whatever, you shouldn't. Just skip them. You'll be fine. Also, like, this movie is hella triggering. I didn't mention that. But I've seen a lot of people say like, oh yeah, I watched Obsession and I thought it was great, but it triggered the absolute hell out of me. Actually, anyone here in chat fall into that camp? It was good, or I thought it was well done at least, but also like, whoa, yikes. A lot of really terrible and explicitly excruciatingly awful things happen specifically regarding women in this movie. So I think if you are even a little bit on the fence, you should read every single trigger warning for this film first and then make an informed decision. Someone said I was shaking and crying by the end. Yeah, no, this is not the movie to watch if you are already iffy about being triggered by horror. Absolutely not. Someone said protect your peace. There's some movies I still don't watch. Yeah, no, and that's the right decision. Just not to do so. If that's what you want to. If you want to push past it to see the film, that's also completely up to you. Someone said it was great, but definitely triggering. I will always warn others about that. Yeah, no, massive trigger warning for that one. Someone says, everyone keeps telling me to watch it, and I'm like, I'm your friend that escaped abuse. Why do you tell me that? Yeah, no, like, I feel like we should be more careful about trigger warnings, actually. I'll give an example of something, like, really sad that happened. But, like, this was at a book club. I like reading sometimes, and there was this book that was being promoted by people who were like, yeah, we should really all band together and read this book, and for our next discussion or whatever. It's a big group, and so we did, and it actually was a really good book, but unfortunately, like, one of the major themes of this novel was consent, and so because of that, the book had a lot of really triggering stuff in it, and so like, let's say there was like 30 people in the group, 29 people went around and were like, it was whatever, like we enjoyed it, and one person was just like, this was so triggering, and I tried so hard to move past that to join this discussion, and I just don't think that was a good idea. And I was like, dude, this sucks, and I really wish that when whoever we were promoting this, we were more upfront about the things that were in there. Yes, obviously you yourself can and should look things up, but yeah, I feel for you. Don't watch the film. Screw your friends. Someone says, I love horror, but when it's specific to relationship abuse, I have a hard time for sure. Someone said, what was the book? Oh, it was called, it was by Joe Walton, and it was called The Just City. This took me a second to remember. It was a good book, though, but it still is about consent and the lack thereof. Reading chat. Someone said Princess Weeks has a good video about trigger warnings. I don't know what their argument is in that video, but I have an opinion on trigger warnings personally. This is just my opinion. Get over them. I feel like people can be really annoying about the existence of trigger warnings, but they help people. They save people from going through really terrible and awful experiences. So me, as somebody who personally doesn't really need a lot of trigger warnings in a book, I don't get bothered by the existence of them. I don't get bothered when Netflix tells me, hey, this is gonna have assault or something like that in this episode, because I feel like you can just ignore the warnings if you don't want to know what's in there, for sure. That's how I feel. I don't think they're anything to get mad about, but I see people get mad about trigger warnings. I also see people say that they can be spoilery, and it's like, I guess, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. If you find them to be spoilery, low key, don't read them. Don't look at the warnings. I don't know what to tell you. If you're gonna be triggered by a trigger warning, maybe skip this warning. I don't know, dog. I don't know. Someone said, why would anyone be bothered? I wish I could tell you, honestly. They're helpful to people, so why would you not want this sort of accommodation? It's silly to me. Someone said trigger warnings never bothered me. They help a lot. That's me for real. As somebody who doesn't even personally need them for most things, like, I would rather they were there. I've never ever had my enjoyment of something go down because I happen to see a trigger warning beforehand. Someone said animal abuse gets to me. I can't watch anything with that. Valid, fair, yeah. Reading chat. Someone said, I watched Obsession on my birthday, continuing the streak of traumatizing myself. On my birthday last year, I watched Old Boy. Oh, choices. Oh, man. Someone said, it can't really be spoiler. It's a theme. How can a theme be a spoiler? Yeah, no, that's how I feel personally. Reading chat. Someone says, people don't like the idea of softness, which coincides with their disbelief of the existence of mental illness. Okay. I feel like you just went very deep with it, but I also feel like this person is correct. Does anybody disagree that maybe... Well, I do feel like on the surface, if you asked people, why don't you like trigger warnings? They're not going to give that as a reason. But if you were able to like pick this apart over an extended period of time, you would actually probably find on some level this is just stemming from hatred of people who experience negative reactions to things. I think you're right. Honestly, I wasn't thinking about it that deeply. Someone says, had a friend recommend Hereditary knowing I suffer from a deadly allergy. Someone said trigger warnings are woke. True, though. That's why I hated Obsession. It was a woke movie. It had a woman in it. I almost walked out the theater. I was like, what? Nah, absolutely not. Anyways, moving on from the word of mouth, the money. This is a part where I'm going to talk about the plot a little bit. So I will say this. If you want a completely spoiler-free experience of this film, perhaps this would be the time to dip. I will say this. I am not going to spoil it beyond what was in the trailer, though. I think maybe, like, honestly, if you just want to go in completely not knowing anything, maybe you can skip this part, but I do want to have this part of the conversation because I feel like it's interesting. So if I cut this into a video, or when I cut this into a video, I'll add like a little timestamp that you could just skip past this part of the discussion. But I want to get into this real villain debate. So I pulled this. Excuse me. I pulled this from another video. This is like a Twitter highlight, probably AI generated. That is just to prove that people really actually were arguing about this. Like, I saw it as well. Obsession horror film divides fans on protagonist villainy. The supernatural horror Obsession, released May 15, stars Michael Johnston as Bear, who wishes his coworker Nikki would love him, unleashing codependency and violence. With a 95% Rotten Tomatoes score and $60 million opening, the film sparks debate over Bear's innocence or monstrosity, from ignored red flags like Nikki's distress to her pleas for release, etc. What is happening is a lot of people, not a lot, but enough for this conversation to occur across multiple spaces, not just on Twitter. I feel like I usually see this conversation go the same way every time. Somebody will say what this comment right here says. I don't know how to point. I have no spatial awareness. Someone will say what this comment right here says. Bear was the villain. And then someone will immediately follow that up by saying, nah, it's not villainous to make a wish that someone loves you. Let's talk about that, chat. Let's talk about that first. I agree that actually just a person in a normal world without magic wishing to themselves, like, oh, I just wish this person loved me back, or love me at all, or love me more than anybody else, is not inherently villainous. I think it's a selfish thing to want, low-key, because of reasons that we don't even have time to get into. But it's a very human and real thing to want, and you're not actually doing anything by having a desire. So obviously, I don't believe the movie starts off because the man in question made a decision on purpose that was terrible and trying to rob someone of their agency. Or else anybody who has done this would be a villain, and that would be a lot of people. That's what I'm trying to say, seeing that as a counterpoint brought up all the time. That's not why anybody is saying that this dude is the bad guy, brother. And you have to realize that. Hold on, let's find a picture of him. You can't judge people off of mistakes that they make, right? Potentially, I don't know, putting a little more weight behind your words than you wanted to is one thing. But after you realize that this has happened and you realize something is wrong and you have every opportunity, and chat, I'm telling you right now, this film gives him every single opportunity to not be the worst person. Bear winds up being quote unquote the villain or the bad guy or however you want to parse this because he always chooses wrong. He never at any point actually handles the situation in a proper way. All of the choices that stem from the thing that he did unknowingly become very knowing and intentionally violating. And I feel like to ignore that is more of a red flag than anything else you could say about Obsession. You are allowed to have whatever opinion you want on this movie because it's a movie, but I'm going to be honest with you. If you start trying to say anything about like, well, I think it was kind of like morally gray or like it's not very cut and dry, I'm going to get scared that you don't low-key have the same definition of consent as I do. And I find that, well, terrifying. And so because of this, I hate to say this, chat, I low-key think that this actor is kind of a little bit of an idiot. That's not a nice word, and I want to walk that back immediately, but sorry. A large voice in this debate has actually been coming from Michael Johnston himself about whether or not Bear is truly evil. And he's been maintaining this sort of gray / multiple interpretation. And I'm like, did you watch the movie after you finished acting in it? Did you finish the film all the way through? Okay, here, let me show you what I'm trying to say. I feel like this is gonna work better with some context. I'm going to turn the volume up for you guys. That way you can hear what I am discussing. God, I can't believe my job is to get to have movie discussions with people. When I went to school for movie garbage 10 years ago, I never would have thought I would have gotten to do this professionally, even though I'm by no means a professional, but I do get paid for it, so. All right, anyways, listen. This is an interview with Michael Johnston, the actor, and also the director, Curry Barker, talking about whether or not Bear is a good person. And again, if you don't want spoilers, maybe just skip this part. But listen.
Is Bear a good person?
Wait, sorry. That is so much louder than I thought it was going to be. It's like blown out to heck. We'll do like 400.
Like you can argue that he is almost the secret.
Okay, here we go.
Like, is Bear a good person? Like you can argue that he is almost the secret villain of the movie. He's the one who's obsessed at the beginning. He chickens out. You can almost argue he takes advantage of Nikki in this situation. So I'm very curious, Michael, what are your thoughts?
Hold on, sorry. It's like so crunchy. Chad, I'm trying to make it less crunchy. Maybe 200?
I mean, I really...
There we go. That's better. Okay, sorry. I'm going to do it one more time. I promise I'm not trying to be annoying.
Like, is Bear a good person? Like you can argue that he is almost the secret villain of the movie. He's the one who's obsessed at the beginning. He chickens out. You can almost argue he takes advantage of Nikki in this situation. So I'm very curious, Michael, what are your thoughts on that?
This idea that Bear is secretly a villain, to me, is literally the same thing as saying, guys, I just watched this movie called Star Wars. Did anybody get the feeling that this Darth Vader guy might have been the antagonist?
I mean, I really can't answer that because the whole thing that I loved about the script when I first read it was that it is not black and white. It's this moral gray zone. And I don't think that he's necessarily an evil person, but he's not good either. Where he has all of it in him, and that.
I'm telling you right now, if you watch this movie, you could stop this video, go get a ticket, watch Obsession, and come back and have the rest of the discussion. You will see this is a crazy answer. This answer is crazy, dog, for so many reasons. Holy moly.
It's just, I love movies like that. I love when audiences are going to have their own life experiences and project that onto this character. And some people are going to absolutely hate him. Rightfully so. Some people are going to still kind of feel for him. Rightfully so. I love that.
I can't stress enough how strange the idea that someone would rightfully feel for Bear is, because, oh, the choices that he willingly makes in this film. See, maybe this is why I can't say that this film was not timely. This is when a film like Obsession is needed now more than ever to weed out some of the people in your life. I need y'all to ask. I need y'all to ask the people what they think about Bear's options or Bear's actions in this film. But the director chimes in, and in my mind, very like, what's the word I'm looking for? Diplomatically kind of shoots down this idea.
It reminds me of Joseph Gordon-Levitt in 500 Days of Summer, right? It gives me like those type of vibes where like you get why he's doing these things, but he's a human, he's flawed, so it's one of those type of situations.
Isn't Joseph Gordon-Levitt in 500 Days of Summer also like low-key? I haven't watched that movie in a while, but I thought he was pretty bad too. But anyways, it's okay. That doesn't matter.
I'm glad we get to talk about this and hash this out.
I mean, I think there's definitely there's no question that he starts to make some pretty bad choices as far as now if he did go down this rabbit hole of trying to figure out how to fix this sooner, he doesn't even try to fix it until a person is dead, which is a little too late. And I think that if he would have tried to fix it as soon as he knew what was going on, there would be a bigger argument to defend him. But that's not really the movie that I wanted to write.
Right. Yeah, but that's what we talked about. It's like it's not like it's supposed to be like a hero story, right?
Definitely not. I mean, and I was intrigued by the idea of having an antagonist that kind of becomes a victim.
So I feel like the director understood the assignment because he quite literally says, I wasn't trying to make a movie where people defended this guy at all. And yet people are defending him. Now, granted, I guess we could get into a semantics argument about whether you think saying someone is not evil is defending them, or saying there may be gray and people have good or bad in them. But dog, I actually thought that was one of the more cut and dry areas of the film. So shout out Curry Barker. Michael, maybe he watched a different cut of the movie. Am I literally oh, people are talking about Stellar Blade 2. I'll talk about that after, even though that's gonna really piss me off. Not you. I'm not mad at you. We'll talk about it in a second. Am I being parasocial for wanting to give Michael Johnston the benefit of the doubt? No, I feel like I shouldn't be doing this. I just almost feel like movies can start off one way and then transform into something else. And by the time you get the end product, it's not really the exact same thing that you signed on for. So I'm literally here trying to like rationalize this. And I'm like, maybe he's thinking about the movie a little bit differently than we are, because all we did was watch it, but he was there for all of the. But someone said, yes, I'm being parasocial. Yeah, I'm being parasocial. It's not a good opinion. Oh my god. It says right here in this Hollywood Reporter headline for this interview with Johnston, Obsession star Michael Johnston knows you think Bear is the real villain, but he disagrees. says headline. There's so much discourse that he's the real villain of this movie. Do you think that Bear is a victim, or do you think his desire to be with Nikki and control made him the real villain from the start? And he's like, I never thought of Bear. Oh, whoa, goodbye. Okay, I completely lost the quote. I never thought of Bear as a villain, but what drew me to this was the gray morals of it all. I love that it's not black and white. I love that it doesn't tell you how you should feel. It's really up for interpretation, because the truth is he has good in him and bad in him, like all of us. I do think he leans more towards the bad in a lot of ways, but it was really important to keep the audience rooting for him in some ways. See, that's where we differ, because I pretty much hated this character the moment he showed up. Not immediately, but there's a part about 15 minutes into the film where he's, as happens many times, presented a choice and he makes the wrong one before the horror even happens. And I'm like, dog, I can't root for you at all. I'm sorry. So when I played him, I just had to stay completely focused on what he wanted more than anything else and try not to judge any of his decisions. He definitely starts as the protagonist. I would agree with that. And I would tend to agree that I can see him becoming a bit of an antagonist. I love that. Fully the antagonist, though, I don't think I would say fully, because the key thing is he didn't know that the wish was going to work. See, we've come back to the beginning of what I said this conversation is. Somebody says that they think that this dude is, well, villainous, and people immediately say, well, he can't be because he didn't do anything on purpose initially. So this is sort of the same logic we're getting here. Whoa, my bad. Sure, his desires were incredibly selfish, totally 100%, but he didn't know it was going to work, and he dug himself such a deep hole. He didn't see any chance of getting out, kept digging himself deeper, etc. But I love it. I love the discourse. It's amazing. It's so much more interesting. So I'm just going to kind of leave that there. Someone said, it's literally such a simple story and easy to interpret, and there's only one real way to intelligently interpret it. I'm crying. Doug, yeah, I'm so sorry. It's not morally gray. Barker, the director, literally said, I did not set out a movie where people defend the character is not one that I set out to make. I don't think the movie was trying to do what some people, including somehow the guy in it, are saying it was trying to do. It would actually, to me, just more so seemed like it was saying, hey, look at this pretty bad thing. This isn't good. You wouldn't do this if you were a good person. Felt like the key theme of the movie. But yeah, go watch Obsession and see the decisions that I've been vaguely alluding to, and then come back and let me know what you think about all of this. Someone said this is why people pick the actual bear. Yeah, not the bear from the film, but nah, dog. Reading chat. Someone said Curry had to add scenes and people still don't get Bear isn't evil. Well, I'm saying he is evil. He might not start off that way, but like, dog. Oh, is evil. Okay, spell check. Okay, I figured that okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, no, literally the film is so clear. I see this a lot. I'm not trying to cast aspersions on people's media literacy. I do just sometimes see a lot where people are like, trying to think of an example. Finding Nemo. Guys, I just watched this movie about these talking fish, but I swear to God, you could almost interpret it as an analogy for parenthood. And I'm like, yes, that was also a vibe I picked up watching the film Finding Nemo. That's how I feel about some of this discourse with this movie. I don't understand. But maybe I should leave it at that, or I'm going to start sounding like a film snob. And I'm not a film snob. I'm stupid too. I probably miss many points. I at least feel like I got the point. Oh, Lord. Someone said director response W. Yeah, I'm very, very happy that the director was very clear and said he did not make a movie where he wanted people to defend the main character, because Lord Almighty, there's nothing to defend. Baby, not at all. Okay, next. My next little point I'd like to talk about. Overrated. The word overrated. Do I think, because it's coming up a lot, by the way. I feel like most people are saying the film is great, the film is fantastic. But I also see this undercurrent of, actually, I hated Obsession, and I feel like this film is overrated. Let's get into it. Before you all tell me your stance on this, I want to start off by talking about something else. Story time. There is a game called Claire Obscure Expedition 33. It is a French game by Sandfall Interactive in the turn-based genre, meaning instead of slash, shoot, it's like, oh, I slash, and then you slash, and then I shoot, and then you shoot. I have been playing games with this battle mechanic system for, I think, maybe 20 years. It is my hands down favorite genre. I have played too many of them to count. And so when Claire Obscure Expedition 33 came out, and as you can see from this 10 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, more 10s than insert a simile that makes sense and is humorous. I went into this with certain expectations, and that was a mistake. I made a mistake. I learned a really bad lesson with Expedition 33. And that is, if the entire internet is telling you that something is like a 10 out of 10, that it is literally game of the year, that is possibly the greatest thing that has ever happened, you should ignore them. You should ignore them. I learned this a couple years ago with this game. So, thankfully, for my sanity, I saw everybody saying, not everybody, but I saw so many people saying, this is the best horror film since Hereditary. Obsession is the best horror film of the decade. Obsession is the best. I did literally see someone say it was the best movie of the decade, and that, I don't know what to say to that. I ignored all of that. I didn't listen to a single person saying that this was supposed to actually be some uniquely incredible film. And because I did that, I enjoyed it a lot more. I actually wound up having a much higher opinion of Obsession because I stopped falling for this hype that the internet does sometimes. All this to say, much like Expedition 33, I think Obsession has a lot of heart and a lot of really beautiful things that are done incredibly well, and is also by no means perfect. And me expecting perfection is silly. I see that now in retrospect. Duh. So yeah, I don't believe the film is overrated. I do feel like if you have had this film posited to you as actually being the most incredible contribution to horror since, I don't know, sliced bread, temper your expectations back into the realm of maybe you'll like this movie and maybe you won't. And I think you'll probably enjoy it a little bit more. Because I feel like most of the people I've been seeing saying they actually hated this movie, not all, but some of them went into this wanting it to be as good as seemingly everyone was saying. That's me. That's my opinion. So overrated, no, because everyone's rating is valid, but like, should you use massive word of mouth success to set expectations before watching something? No. And I'm proud of myself because I used to go through this cycle of disappointment all the time with so many pieces of media, and it was bad for me personally. Someone said it's much more fun than going completely blind for everything. For real. Someone says best horror movie of the year so far for specific tastes. I agree with that. Someone said that's what happened to me. Yeah, no, I think if you go into anything like believing multiple people saying this is the greatest thing to happen, that's a higher chance that it won't be the greatest. That's how I feel personally. Someone said Expedition 33 was very dark for me, but I feel like the combat was so fresh and fun. Oh, the combat was such a high point, but for me, I can't even pick a high point because the music was also just so beautiful in this game. So fantastic. So good. So good. Reading chat. Someone said, I feel like people should mention the cat thing when talking about the movie. I was triggered. Oh, okay. Here's a... Look up what happens to the cat in the movie. If you struggle with if you struggle with animals at all thematically and bad things happening, look up every spoiler warning for Obsession, specifically what happens to the cat. I actually genuinely think you should just spoil yourself. Look up exactly what happens and then watch the movie, or don't. Because I do feel like you're literally going to ruin your entire week if you struggle with this specific subject matter and then go watch this movie. You're going to hate everything. real bad. So please, for the love of God, don't be somebody who, oh no, look that one up first. Someone said thank you. Yeah, no, that's spoil that for yourself. You're gonna be happier that you did. I swear to God. I really do. Someone says I have to always skip animal stuff in movies and TV shows. That is fair. That is understandable. Someone says I was so sad when that happened. What was the sad and terrible thing? Oh, me. I'm basically spoiling, but yeah, obviously something bad happens, so you should know. But yeah, framing this through the lens of Expedition 33 and similar things, a younger, more annoying version of me, maybe not even more annoying, I'm probably equally annoying, would have proudly said, I think Obsession was overrated, but I now realize I can use much more specific language that is not going to make people pissed off at me while still holding the same opinion. I unfortunately didn't rate this movie as highly as everyone else seems to have. And I think if I had gone into it with those expectations, I might have been disappointed. But I chose to watch it with very few expectations. And I actually think it was very competent for what it was actually trying to be. Yay! Reading chat. Someone says, I prefer spoiling myself on things that I can't stomach. Makes it easier to watch. Yeah, no, like, that's very, very fair. Anyways, I do have a question, low-key. I have seen a couple people in my chat say that they thought it was a bad movie. Now is your chance to say, if you can without spoilers, tell me why. Not by the way, you don't have to if you're not interested. I just want to see more of that perspective. Because I have seen a couple people say it was just a bad film. I think mostly I see people not liking maybe some of the character reactions, which does make sense to me. I don't think it was bad though, or necessarily out of character, but that's just me. Like, I wasn't really having a bad time with some of these, but I am curious about the few people who said like they just kind of were not rocking with it. Someone in the chat said I didn't like it that much does not always equal it's overrated. Yeah, no, I feel like it almost never does really. So I'm curious because I really enjoyed this movie. Yeah, I'm literally curious. We are not here. We're not going to shoot you down. Also, chat, by the way, do me a favor and don't start doing the Reddit thing of explaining from a logical perspective why everyone's opinion is wrong. It's actually okay to just not rock with the movie. Someone said, I suspect that many of the 10 of 10 reviews are advertising. I watch the film because the reviews are so laudatory. I do not enjoy horror as a genre, and Obsession failed to change that. I want to talk about that in a second. I do. I want to talk about that in a second. Someone says, okay, so I'm not going to read this person's comment out loud because it could be seen as spoilery, but the timeline and some of the occurrences in the film felt maybe not as thought out as they thought it could be. That makes sense. I could see that being a complaint for sure. Reading chat. Someone says D'Angelo demands answers consensually. Yeah, consensually, I explain yourself or be banned. Someone says it was a okay, they're saying it's a very specific type of horror. Okay, that is fair. If you don't like the kind of movie that Obsession is, you're gonna hate this film, and I feel like that's a very fair reaction. I really, really do. Reading chat. Someone says it's great for horror films and good for a general audience. I do also think that when you are primarily rating something by genre, you do tend to get different things. Like, for example, if I was to play, going back to turn-based games, a turn-based game, something that might be really good for a turn-based game might actually be honestly not that fantastic. It might not be that great of like a game per se, but I, as a genre fan, am going in with a very specific set of parameters and judging it off of those, which are not the same as the general public. But that's just me. Okay, so somebody said some of the jump scares and horror aspects became almost comical and distracted me from the actual meaning. That's fair. I will say too, there was a lot of laughter in my theater over parts that were kind of scary / funny simultaneously, and if that was taking you out of the experience, I think that makes sense to me. Someone says I really like the movie overall, but I wish there were no jump scares or less at least. That's very fair. I'm a jump scare hater. It don't matter how many horror movies I watch, I'm a jump scare hater. Period. Actually, I have an opinion. Every movie gets one. You get one. I will allow any movie, not even if it's not horror, to have one jump scare without me saying, okay, I hate this. But once you get past like 2 or 3 jump scares, I'm gonna get annoyed and I'm gonna be like, dude, that trick is too easy. Come on, dog. You gotta switch it up for me. So yeah, Obsession certainly had more than one jump scare. And if jump scares take you out, you might get distracted at some point, perhaps. Someone says, I think the number one complaint I've seen for this movie and others is how bad the audience has been. That's very interesting because I agree that I have actually been kind of annoyed by the way that this movie has been talked about. We even just mentioned this whole real villain debate, but that in and of itself is not a flaw with the film. So it gets tricky, and you got to make sure you're being, me personally as the YouTuber has to make sure I'm being careful about like differentiating between like, oh, the movie was fine, but also some of the ways it's being talked about are not. Reading chat. Someone says it was more uncomfortable than scary. I don't know, maybe I'm desensitized to that kind of horror. Oh, I had that experience too. I didn't find this movie scary at all, even a little bit. And I do feel like it was a desensitization error for me. I think this is my own fault based off of the things I watch. It's pretty obvious the movie is trying to be more disturbing than it is scary, which are not the same things. And I did find it incredibly disturbing. But I will say, yeah, for me, I wasn't scared at any point watching it. I wasn't just like, this is so freaky. Especially parts that were like obviously super creepy. I was just kind of like, oh, neat. So yeah, that was me. But again, that's a me thing personally. Someone said same. Yeah, no, I'd be watching the worst stuff imaginable. And maybe that's why I was like, oh, okay. But oh God, oh Lord. Someone said I was stressed watching it. I was stressed watching it as well. It was very uncomfortable and disturbing. Reading chat. Someone says, would you say Backrooms is scarier than Obsession? I would say Backrooms is less scary than Obsession. As much as I said, I like a certain kind of horror. Weirdly enough, the kinds of horror I like is even less scary than this movie. Backrooms isn't very scary at all. I don't think almost anything happens in that film where you're like, but you feel like, ugh, God, I hate this. That's what I like. I think a lot of horror people watch it because they want to feel like this, but I tend to watch movies that make me feel like this. I crave that in cinema so badly. Someone said I stopped finding scary movies scary because I watched too many with the lights off. Yeah, same. The lighting was super beautiful in that movie. In Obsession, I agree. The look of the film was fantastic. Reading chat. Someone says a horror movie doesn't need to be scary to be good. I could not agree more. I completely agree with you. Yeah, I really, really do. Reading chat. Someone is mentioning a spoilery comment, so skip that. Enjoyable cursor. Yeah, I agree. That's what happened there is one of the basically this chatter's mentioning something that happens in the film that is like seemingly obviously supports the idea that the main character is not a very good guy. He really is not. He really isn't. Reading chat. Someone said Hokum didn't scare me. I have heard interesting things about that film and I want to watch it, but I don't even know what it is. I saw Hokum come up a lot when people were talking about Obsession, and I'm like, what is this? How did I never hear about this one? Reading chat. Someone says, I think people do question the plot holes and the magic of the movie. Pretty sure the director has talked about it too. Okay, let's talk about that. I would agree on some level that if you start thinking about Obsession deeply from a logistical perspective, it gets stupid. But I emphatically believe, and this I don't know how this take is going to land, I emphatically demand stupidity from my horror movie characters. I know a lot of people actually get really upset when characters in movies do stupid things. I personally don't believe this genre works without stupidity. I don't think we would have horror as a thing if it was not for parts of the story just being absolutely idiotic. Like, I can't believe you did this. Why would you do this? This doesn't make any sense. Or like things being way too convenient, or the timing of things. They have to be stupid. Otherwise, there would be no movie. That's how I feel. I love me a character in a horror movie doing something, and I'm just like, why? Oh my god, that's one of my favorite reactions to have. It's so frustrating, and it pisses me off so badly. But if that like lowers your enjoyment of a film, I can think of a couple plot points in this film where you might be like, why? Oh my god. Someone said in Hokum they're all really smart. It's refreshing. Okay, I low-key want to watch that just based off of the way you've worded it there. Someone says I suspend my disbelief from the moon during horror movies. Literally, I will allow anything to happen in a horror movie without questioning it too much. Oh my god. Someone said that's the fun part. Literally. Someone said that's why I feel like Nope is such a good horror movie, because the main characters usually make smart decisions but horrible timing. That is a pretty good way of thinking about it. I'm going to rewatch that through that lens. That's exciting. An excuse to rewatch Nope. Someone says Cabin in the Woods, your kind of horror. I like that movie. I thought it was really cool. Where it went is the way I'll put it. It's fun. Anyways, someone says I enjoy hating characters. Yeah, and if you like hating film characters, Obsession is the movie for you. If you want to watch a movie and just be like, I just want something bad to happen, go watch Obsession. Please, you'll have so much fun. Someone said talk about Weapons. Would you believe I haven't watched Weapons? I don't know anything about that movie except the weird picture of the kids like running all weird, and there's like a character with red hair or something. That's all I know. I don't know nothing about Weapons, but I'll probably watch that later. Sorry that I missed it at theaters. Someone say hate watch Obsession. You can hate watch Obsession all you want, as long as you're supporting film. Anyways, I think I'm gonna wrap the discussion on the movie being good or not good or whatever, and move into the money of it all, because I found that to be kind of interesting. You know me, just based off my channel, if there's any little bit of drama, I'm probably gonna find it. And there is this minor thread kind of bubbling beneath the surface of Obsession, in which, I'm going to be honest, I feel like people are being unfair towards the person who came forward. This is me influencing your opinion. I'll show you what I mean. The art director for Obsession, again, a film that has made going on $250 million based off of a real tiny budget, came forward and said how much money I made on Obsession. I've debated this for a long time. I've been holding a lot of weight over the past 2 years since the production of Obsession, so I'm going to say it as it is. It was made for $750K and it's projected to make $250 million. How much I made? $300 a day as an art director. This came out to $6,741 after taxes, no mileage. I did know the rate beforehand and I agreed to it, but at that point I was living paycheck to paycheck. This is the reality of most filmmakers, especially those who work below the line. We become a line in the budget sheet to keep as low as possible. There were also crew on Obsession who were volunteers getting paid in gas and mileage. This wasn't even paid on time. So to make a $250 million grossing film, some of these amazing people had to come out of pocket to work on set. I kick myself every single day for not flipping this production. I think this person's referring to like trying to unionize the crew. I was encouraged not to, and I naively listened. As is the case for most low-budget productions, everyone has to wear many hats. Though my official title is art director, I was also a production assistant, set dresser, graphic designer, background actor, driver, swing, and buyer. I was doing runs for the art department. Again, no mileage. I was shopping, loading, returning while the rest of the crew were on set. Thank you, Jeff Barker, for helping me during those times. I had to wrap Bear's house that was left an absolute mess without water or crafties left behind. I shopped an entire location, Ian's house, and loaded the truck the same day for shoot the next day, which also happened to be an overnight. It took such a physical toll on my body that I kept losing weight, weighing 90 pounds during this production. I say all this to finally have my peace. I know this is bigger than Obsession or than Curry, the director, and his team. It's not about that. I know that this is even bigger than the film industry. If you feel called to have this discussion with me, please do so. I'm willing to be wrong because I know I'm probably missing information and my perspective is just a drop in the bucket. If you were a crew member on Obsession and feel called to share your rate, maybe we can turn the tide in the film industry. I felt as though this was quite fair. I don't believe this demanded anything. I don't believe that this was crapping on the people who worked so hard. And it did seem to acknowledge very, very clearly, I knew what I signed up for and I agreed to this beforehand. So I find it to be kind of whack that you're getting this massive response, 16,000 likes. You knew the pay, accepted the pay, and didn't negotiate ownership or profit participation. The movie becoming successful afterward doesn't automatically make the original agreement unfair. If the movie lost money, would you be entitled to give money back? This post is a massive fumble. Your first real film, a smash hit, would have been a great career, but instead you feel scammed by a deal you agreed to. Indie is brutal. Everyone knows that. Whoa. I completely disagree with this response. I see it pop up in a lot of places. You knew what you agreed to. Why are you doing this? You're ruining your career. Maybe this art director is ruining her career, which would really suck when you're actually just respectfully explaining, hey, this was hard, and I also don't even feel like I was compensated very much for it. But that's okay. I knew what I was doing. I just wonder how this is ever going to change if no one talks about it. And then to get shut down on this level and seen as some kind of, I don't know why you would, I literally don't know why you would actually be angry at this. But I really hate how people are talking about this aspect that, like, many of the people who worked on the movie didn't get paid very much, obviously, because there wasn't that much money to pay them. But when a movie goes on to make hundreds of millions of dollars and focus features are the ones profiting, people who didn't even actually make the movie, of course that's going to feel uneven. So I didn't think that this was a bad post, and I don't think that the existence of this post is crapping on the movie or people who like the movie. That's so weird. Someone said capitalism has tricked us into exploiting ourselves. Yeah. Someone said she had every right to talk about how unfair it was in retrospect. Yeah, I strongly agree. This is not wrong. Someone said this is why labor reform is so hard. Yes, literally. Someone said I knew they weren't going to be paid much with a small budget, but that was so much work to put in for so little. Yeah, like, what's wrong with saying, hey, I knew what this was when I signed up. I made a decision. It was just really tricky. And I feel like the part that people are kind of missing, this was the only decision she could have made. It was the only decision she knew because she said she was living paycheck to paycheck. I don't think you can get more specific than this. If you need money and you're like, okay, I'm going to get paid $6,000 for quite a bit of work and also have to spend a lot of my own money on this. Yeah, obviously she chose this. What was the alternative? No? But yeah, that bothers me because it's not an indictment of the director or the people in the film, or why can't there be space for Obsession being a really cool movie that everyone seems to be having fun with, and a space for talk about how sometimes the way these films are distributed and who profits off of them can feel very unfair when they wouldn't even exist without people like this. Yeah. Nah, that's whack. So that's my opinion. Someone said it literally came out of desperation. Absolutely. Someone said, I feel a lot of people don't understand where the money goes for productions like this because oftentimes it's not towards the people who need it most. No, absolutely not. Someone said those comments irritated me. I guess it's painful to see somebody be so respectful and clear in what they're saying, and then immediately you get one comment that says the crew should be getting bonuses, but whether you agree with that or not, immediately getting hit with, nah, you knew this, just all these whataboutisms of like, oh, if it lost money, would you get money back? You messing things up, ruining your career. I'm just like, nah, dog. That is odd. I like this post right, or this comment right here that says, screw the haters out there. Screw the haters out there. This is from a director of photography, seemingly. You are 100% right. The crew does the heavy lifting and they deserve to be compensated for it. Everyone should be profiting off of a project's success, not just the people who sat back and wrote a check. Yeah. To disagree with this idea, I feel like, is to broadly kind of just be in support of, like, I don't want to use the word capitalism, because then the conversation is going to get annoying really fast. But I've seen these same arguments come up all the time. All the time. Someone said, caught yet another stream peak. Hey, welcome. We're talking about pay variances on indie projects and what happens when they go on to make a lot of money and how people feel about that. Reading chat. Someone says the team for Iron Lung got a bonus after how successful the movie was. Curious enough Obsession will do the same, because they should. That would be pretty neat, I feel. And shout out Markiplier for that. All right, anyways. I do feel like low-key Mark tends to be pretty like fair and good in his dealings with people. You don't really get these stories of like Markiplier does this thing and I felt exploited. Here's another thing regarding pay that I felt like was really interesting. An actress from the show The Pit, Supriya Ganesh, weighed in on the lead actress in the movie, Indy Navaretti. Sorry, I'm struggling. So many names. Blah, 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 blah. And she had some interesting thoughts. I do feel like Supriya would have some things to add, being in the industry. So this person had just tweeted a photo of Indy saying she got paid $20,000 for 1 month shooting. And Ganesh tweeted, I also feel like people don't understand the business expenses for this level of success. You pay for PR, which is usually $5,000 a month for 3 months. Each event you go to, it costs about $3,000 to $5,000 for hair and makeup and styling. If she's done 3 to 5 events, that's already a loss. There's also agent fees, manager fees, lawyer fees, unless she's on a contract that covers PR expenses, which she might be. This is almost like the Oprah effect, where your business getting successful too fast may be financially stressful. I've also worked on the contract that this film was filmed on. In other words, similar production, just similar setups. And it's not standard for PR to be covered unless the company that bought the film agrees to. But even so, it's usually not the PR fees itself, but reimbursements for hair, makeup, and styling, which usually don't cover all of it. Ultimately, it is true that this movie had to on a low budget. Otherwise, it wouldn't be made. And the financial success is unexpected. I'm just pointing out that this is actually a uniquely stressful situation for someone in her position. Like, the success actually requires you to adapt quickly. And people saying, well, she might have had back end points, and Supriya saying, well, she might not have. And I just feel like low-key, all of these are interesting things to think about for the future. Again, I'm not here to put a damper on it. You don't need to boycott a movie because maybe the actress didn't make as much as she could have in a different world. But I just still think like nothing will ever change if we just start crapping on people for pointing things like this out. It really raises my hackles. It bothers me. Someone said, I would love the people who think that's crazy to do 100 hours of unpaid labor, budgeting, building sets, finding it, making props, sewing costumes, and rigging lights, and then see if they say the same. Yeah, no, to just broadly be like, no, the only people who deserve to make the most money off of this are just the ones who already had money in the first place to buy it. I don't know about that one, Chief. I really don't know about that one. Someone said, as someone who has worked on productions, this sucks a lot because in small productions, you will absolutely be exploited most of the time for doing so much work which sometimes won't even be credited. Yeah, no, that is rough. Just goes to show how scummy the industry is. Yeah, no, but I just wanted to be a voice in the crowd of people screaming, shut up, about how much the cast and crew were paid. It doesn't matter. They knew what they signed up for and nobody knew the movie would be successful. And I'm just like, but I don't want to shut up about this. I think these are equally interesting points to bring up. Someone says, not to mention the industry is incredibly misogynistic. Oh man, that's literally that's another layer that you could view this through too, of who gets paid and are these people women, how much are the women getting paid, etc. There is definitely a gap, and yes, it is a misogynistic industry. Someone says it's unlikely that she would have had enough pull to have negotiated all that, or that anyone would have offered points. Yeah, no, she wasn't in a very strong position beforehand. I think the same about like the guys from like Heated Rivalry. Images. Trying to find these dudes. Oh, here they are. That's not the right dudes. This show has so many dudes. Okay, these are the dudes. I feel the same way about these two, where it's like, I am happy for them. Obviously, their success is cool and that's great, but like that's actually almost awful. to go from just being an actor to like this level of engagement and visibility and expense and this, that, the other. And they seem to be handling it really well, and I'm proud of them. But literally, just to go back to Supriya Ganesh's point of like, this can be stressful in ways that maybe the average person doesn't know. I think that's an interesting point for sure. For sure. Someone said Navis is pronounced novice. Is it? Now I know. I did not know that. Reading chat. Someone said capitalism doesn't value art/effort correctly. Well, no, it absolutely doesn't. Ultimately, people think that art should be made for free, and they find new and creative ways of reinforcing that every single day, and it's terrible. It's bad. Someone said, why are people advocating for the rich to be richer? They should absolutely get more money. If the show made more money, they all contributed to the success. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, why are people saying like, no, don't pay the art director more, even though the movie made more based off the labor that she did? Well, because though we are literally brainwashed into just unanimously supporting capitalism always. Actually, I could be a little bit more annoying and say that we're brainwashed into supporting the billionaire class unthinkingly. And that is what this seems to be a reflection of to me. Almost like it's a moral failure that this person was struggling with money and made the decision out of desperation and now wants to be paid for her labor in a way that she never had access to because she did not already have funds. But we're taught from a young age that people like this are not the ones you should be rooting for. For some reason, it should be focus features and these investors. And I want to scream every day. Someone say eat the rich. Very much that. Anyways, that was all I got on the movie. We ain't done streaming because I got some other things to talk about. But chat, did y'all like that? Someone says you have a Letterboxd account. I do not. Did y'all enjoy that? I had a lot of fun. It actually kind of restored something to my soul to talk about a film, something that I enjoy. I mean, I don't mind talking about other things, obviously, which is why I make so many movies about things that are which is why I make so many videos about things that are not movies. But like, this was good. The vibes were good. I feel like I was getting a lot of differing opinions, but it wasn't like this cringe. We're all arguing with each other over literally a movie. I feel like we didn't really spoil the movie. Honestly, this was dope to me. That was fantastic. So I enjoyed that. So I wish I watched it already. Yeah, low key, I'm sure we did spoil it a little bit despite our best intentions, but you should still watch it if you want to. So I'm still talking about more films. Maybe I will. Maybe if I find one that I feel like has all these moving parts. The reason I chose to turn this into a video is because I felt like it had 5 different key aspects. Like if I just watched a movie and I thought it was fine or whatever, that's not enough for me to make a full video. But I was like, okay, we have my personal review. That's part 1. We have the box office reception, which stands out, is very different for a horror movie. I'm checking my outline. We have the the real villain debate, which I found to be wild as hell. That was interesting to talk about. We have this idea of a movie being overrated, which we were able to get into a little bit. And then there was also like the pay complaints aspect, or just kind of illuminating what this can be like for people in the industry who don't have, the money. And all those things together, I feel like made this a pretty interesting discussion. I'm probably going to be able to cut this into a fairly decent video about Obsession. But yeah, no, like... if I can find another movie where I have as much to say about it, let's do it, dog. Let's do it. Someone said you built a healthy comment section. Why, thank you. I do this by not treating people like idiots. I've said this before and I'll say it again. A lot of streamers treat their audience like absolute fools, or like something that really bothers me. It's a pet peeve of mine and I wish streamers wouldn't do it. And I'm not even singling out an individual person. It happens a lot. Is like you'll read something that you perceive to be disappointment, you perceive to be like disapproval or disagreement, and like you're gonna highlight them, you're gonna stop the whole chat. Hold on, I'm gonna pick somebody. Oh, okay. This person right here said, Loki, please do this more often. I love healthy discussion about art. And then you grind the entire stream to a halt and you start fixating on this one comment. Do this more often. I love healthy discussion about art. What are you saying? You don't like my other content? I can make whatever content I want. I don't I had 5 other topics I could have done today, but I chose to I swear to God, I know it sounds like I'm making things up to be mad at, but it's a bad habit when you're streaming to just assume that every single opinion is low key against you. But I realized while streaming, almost none of them are. Obviously, I chose an example that was agreeing with me to make it seem extra ridiculous. But even when people say things that seem like they may be disagreeing with you, they may not be. They might be reacting to something that came before them, or they might have had a typo. I see a lot of times where I will read someone's comment in my mind and I will disagree with it really strongly, but then I will think they might have had a typo. And that happened earlier where someone said, Bear isn't the villain. And I read that and I was like, oh, Bear isn't the villain? Well, I was saying Bear is the villain. And then I moved past that instead of like coming at them like they were an idiot. And then they came back later and they were like, autocorrect failed me. And so it makes me happy. I don't constantly stop the stream and like scream at you guys. And that is why it is fun to discuss things, because I don't feel screamed at and I feel no desire to scream. So thank you for listening to things with your brain. I appreciate it, and it makes me feel happy and kind of safe in my own chat. It's fantastic. Anyways, that is all I have to say about That's all I have to say about Obsession. Everybody say goodbye, but stay here because we're going to talk about Ariana Grande. Say goodbye while I drink some water, and then I'll record an outro, and we'll stop recording, and then we'll just be off camera. I mean, I'm still going to be on camera, but you know what I mean. Someone said, not getting mad at comments must save you like lots of cortisol. Yes, streaming is not a rage-inducing activity for me, and that is fantastic. It's the opposite. I get happy, and it restores my faith in humanity. Anyway, that's about all I have to say about Obsession. It wasn't even bad things. Actually, how crazy to make a video that's not literally about Satan or someone doing satanic, awful, terrible things. So thank you for watching. But anyways, hopefully you never have to think about this ever again, or maybe it'll keep you up at night like it is me. But yeah, I actually recorded this live right here on YouTube, where I stream quite frequently Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Unless, of course, I don't, in which case I'm probably just, I don't know, sleeping. But yeah, hopefully I see you in the next stream or the next video. And if not, that doesn't matter at all. Okay, bye. All right, that's all we got. All right, let's chill. We don't got to go immediately into the Ariana Grande topic. Not right away, because I kind of don't want to. I just like ranting and rambling, bro. I love a good yap session. I can give you my weekly running recap. Who wants my weekly running recap? You want it? I'll give it to you. I'm real proud of myself, chat. I'm real happy with my performance. Hold on, let me go to Smash Run. Maybe I should just sign into Smash Run. Okay, chat, this is scary of me to do because I kind of consider this to be very personal. But however, let's see. I am going to publicize my weekend running for all of you, because I think it could just be fun to see. All right, whatever. So I'm just gonna go to, I guess we'll just go to June. Wait, give me a second, chat. I've never used this website on the desktop before. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Ta-da! That's the wrong button. That just deleted my background. Ta-da! Okay, great. So, if this is just like crazy numbers to you, just ignore them. But yeah, here, let me zoom out a little bit. This is my Smash Run numbers. Yay! So if I know this is just like a bunch of squiggles and text, I'll explain what this means in a not stupid way. So basically, as you can see, I usually run in the evening because it is easier to do that for me, because I stream in the afternoon. And over the past week, I have essentially just been doing 3 workouts, 3 basic, boring 1 hour runs, and then like a little recovery run on Sunday, which I think is pretty fun. So like yesterday, for example, was Monday. That would be this 5:51 with the really squiggly line. This right here is what's called an interval workout. And what that means, the squiggly line represents how fast I was going. I was on the treadmill, just so you know. I like to run outside and I prefer to run outside, but the temperature has been really kind of all over the place. And for me, running at all is better than not running. So I was like, okay, this might have to happen indoors. You can do intervals in all kinds of different ways, but the way I like to do them for what I'm aiming for is like 400-meter repeats. So I did 8 400-meter repeats at like a pretty strong pace. What is strong for me? 6:35 is, that's not really that fast, but for me, I really got to put in some effort to maintain a 6-minute 35 per mile pace. So we do like quarter mile of that, and then we go into a jog, and then a quarter mile of that, and then we go into a jog. So we did 8 reps of those yesterday, which is really fun. That was pretty great. Got like 4 miles out of that. My average pace wound up coming, I guess, to like 8:29 or whatever. Pace doesn't really matter, by the way. That's something that you should know about running. How many miles you go doesn't matter. And also how fast you're going doesn't matter at all. It really matters that you're running at all, right? And what kind of running you're doing and how it's helping you. Let's see. The day before that was just my easy run on Sunday. As you see, I went really late, 9:49, because I was watching Masters of the Universe and Obsession on the same day. And I still wanted to get my run in, so I did just like a crappy little 5K at a 10-minute per mile pace. Took 31 minutes. I like those runs because it's literally just like nothing for me. A 10-minute pace involves almost no effort. It's an almost entirely zone 1 activity. I have like a kind of high heart rate, so my heart rate zones are probably a lot different than yours, but yeah, no, like I love me a run where you're just not even doing anything or thinking about anything. So Sunday is my rest day. Okay, I guess before that was Saturday, so that was just one of my normal easy 6-mile runs. I'm going to be honest with you, chat. My 6-mile runs are supposed to be an hour long ish maximum. In other words, I'm supposed to go however far I get in an hour, which should theoretically be more than 6 miles, but like I get lazy sometimes. So on Friday, was that Friday or was that Saturday? Whatever. On the 6th, I just gave up. I started increasing my pace. Look, you can see it right here. I was like doing this like little step up pyramid thing, and then I just gave up of whatever speed that was. So I didn't go the full hour, but once I hit 6 miles, I just stopped. The day before that, okay, Friday, this is the challenge. This is the difficult run. Those are my long runs. You don't really want your long run to be more than like 25% to like 30% of your total weekly mileage, which my mileage is kind of high-ish right now. Not really. But all this to say, it wound up being long as hell. I was on the belt for 2 hours. So boring, so cringe. And to save myself from literally dying from boredom, I basically just turned it into like this pyramid interval thing where I just got progressively faster and then came back down. But yeah, I guess within that 2 hour period, because I was just running for time, that got me to 13 miles, which is fine. As you can see, the 6.5 was just another easy run. And then this right here, I feel like, I don't know what day that was. Who cares? But anyways, this right here was just a tempo run. In other words, well, tempo run can mean a lot of things depending on who you're asking, but for me, I just pick a pace and I stick with it. So I picked what was a pretty like difficult effort pace. I think I was going, I don't remember what pace I was doing. I'm looking now. It was 7 something. Who cares? But anyways, yeah, it was, as I said, how fast you go doesn't actually matter literally at all. Oh, it might have been 7:30. I think I was doing 7:30 as my pace, which again, it's not that fast, but it's fine. That got me an extra 4 miles for the day, which is pretty cool. And then you have another easy run for 6 miles, easy peasy. And yeah, I think that's it. That's a week, right? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. This is my other interval run that I did. Yeah, it was pretty great. But overall, I believe that puts my runs for the week at like 43 miles, which is fantastic. And if I just said, someone said tempo run, there's different types of running. Oh, yes, there are different types of running. There are different types of running, baby. 43 miles is 69 kilometers. Nice. So that was my weekend running. Just a casual little 69er. I thought that was pretty fun. Yeah, no, there's different types of running. There's not that many types though. Tempo, you can do a threshold run, interval training. I mean, these can overlap as well. Obviously, your long run is going to be a type. You can do a recovery run, your easy runs, which again, those are usually going to wind up overlapping. You can separate runs by like zones if you want to, whatever your heart rate is doing, or by perceived rate of effort. There's a lot of different ways you could think about running, and when you're doing a lot of it, it can be helpful to try to split it up. Otherwise, it just gets really boring doing the same thing 7 days in a row. Yay. Someone said a funny number. Yeah, no, 69. I didn't purposely run 69 kilometers. I just was so lucky. But I'm doing all this low key because I think it's all coming together for my half marathon stream, which I'm still fantasizing about. It'll be so fun. It'll be so fantastic. It'll be great. Someone said, thanks for explaining types of running. Yeah, no, I will tell you the number one type of running that you should be doing if you were a new runner. I say it every time. Easy. That's the answer. Whatever is easy, do that. Don't actually worry about doing difficult things initially. It's not important. And also, when people are actually like advanced runners, I'm not an advanced runner. They are doing like mostly easy miles. I think that's the thing that people don't realize. If you think about people who are really super fast, most of and run like up to 100 miles a week or more, they are doing most of their mileage at a pace that for them isn't that much effort. It still to you might seem like horrifying sprinting that would kill you if you try doing it for even 10 seconds, but no one is actually like literally exerting themselves beyond a crazy effort level for extended periods of time, because you can't do that. It doesn't matter whether you're an Olympian or just running 5Ks for fun with your friends. Like, please just do most of it easily. Please. Reading chat. Someone says it's weird how no pain, no gain used to be the standard. Yeah, that is a terrible way of thinking about most exercise and even sports. Now, it is true, unfortunately, that if you don't push yourself, you're not going to improve once you get to a certain point. But I think the big lie that people don't understand is that point doesn't really come until you've built a pretty good base of knowing how to do things without hurting yourself. The reason that people who are actually intermediate or advanced runners can push themselves is because, hopefully, they have learned how to do so without injuring yourself. And you don't learn how to do that unless you're building things casually and sanely. So keep that in mind. Someone says my PR was 3.5 miles when I lived in Chicago. I hate running in the city. 3.5 miles is good though. That's a great distance. You could have finished a 5K. That's more than a 5K right there. Let's go. Someone says, can we do Stellar Blade before Ariana? Yes. Thank you for reminding me because I had forgotten. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. I would like to talk about Stellar Blade. I'm going to say right off the bat, this is going to piss people off. And I don't care. I'm sorry. I'm not. There's a video game called Stellar Blade that came out in 2024, published by Sony, developed by Shift Up, and it's known for, I don't know, because I didn't play it. I personally really didn't like the character designs. I don't like the way the game looks. I'm not into it. But like, obvious sexualization is obvious, right? And you know, making games for adults with adult characters and adult themes, who cares? I'm not the game police by any means. What is very, 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 very weird, they have announced a sequel to Stellar Blade called Stellar Blade Blood Rain, and it has this new main character with a new design. And holy moly, do I actually hate everything about this? Here, let's pull the reveal trailer. Let's see. So much discourse in gaming spaces, which I'm just warning you right now. You should never pay attention to gaming spaces for discourse, because you're just going to drive yourself bonkers. But instead of the MC, we got this new we got this new character as the main character. And I just find it incredibly odd to take a solid 10 years off of the face design intentionally, but still choose to put her in the exact same ridiculously over sexualized. She literally is wearing like a transparent poncho, and they've got jiggle physics going on with her backside. And dog, right now there are so many people arguing over like, oh my god, she looks like a child. No, she doesn't look like a child. They gave her a baby face. You can sit here until the cows come home and argue about whether or not this character looks childlike to you, but to me, it is completely ignoring reality to not acknowledge they have definitely given this character a baby face, taken off so much of the maturity from the main character design, but still kept her in the same weird, like overly sexual outfits and stuff like that. And I see it come up in various places. Many people are excited for the game, they're happy about it. I see every now and then people are just like, oh, but why does she look like a kid though? She does. I think one thing that I keep seeing that like bothers me for some reason, I don't know why this take bothers me so much, but I feel like I keep seeing people say, well, women can look like this. And I'm like, are we really going to turn this into a debate about, by me criticizing the design of the new Stellar Blade protagonist, you think that I am literally casting aspersions on real life adults? First of all, let's just say the obvious. No, women can't look like this because this is an animated character. No one looks like this. It doesn't matter who you are. Let's get that out of the way from jump. But secondly, just this idea of like, oh no, women look like this. A lot of people are saying also Asian women can look very young, and that's what's happening here. And I'm just like, something about this is reading very off to me. Something about this is off. A lot. I think that is a very strange thing to immediately bring up when people are expressing discomfort over the design of the new Celebrate protagonist. But yeah, no, I literally don't care how adamantly people want to defend this character. I refuse to play into this game where I'm just supposed to act like this is not a weird character design. Like I'm not seeing the same thing that we're all seeing. No thanks. Someone said from an Asian woman, no. Yeah, no, like, why are we suddenly talking about real women in this scenario? That's not... What? that is a wild non sequitur to me personally. No one can look like this. No adult can look like this. This is baby face. Anyway, sorry, I'm done. Also, I used to get mistaken for a child when I was an adult. I'm not a woman. I'm not an Asian person. That's not really what I'm trying to draw a comparison here. I'm just saying... that doesn't have anything to do with my criticism of this. I'm somebody who used to get labeled an adult or labeled a child when I was actually honestly a legal adult, and this is still weird. Goodbye. Some of the people who say that usually aren't Asian too. Yeah, I personally did not see discourse coming from Asian women expressing like, well, I don't like that people are criticizing this, because it was literally just, I'm gonna be honest with you, a bunch of scraggly dudes being like, oh well, think of the women. And I'm like, huh? I suppose. Someone said, let's be honest, this is a child's face on an adult woman's body. Weird fantasy, whoever did that. Yeah, no, in general, like gaming gaming is going in a weird direction, and has been very rapidly. But this just seems like a particularly egregious example of that. I also saw this one's great. I saw people saying like, "Oh, well, think of, you know what? Why am I being vague? Let's be messy. I want to see. I'm being messy right now." And I feel like we can get messy with this because I try so hard not to like piss people off or make them feel like idiots or whatever. I don't care. I don't care if these people feel like idiots. So someone posts on r/gaming, which mistake number one. It's a link to this Destructoid article that says Stellar Blade Blood Rain's protagonist looks like a kid, so it's gross to see her sexualized in the trailer. I agree. Someone posts this on Reddit with no caption, and you get your little snarky like, "Oh, I'm sure this will spark civilized discussions." Clickbait and engagement farming on my clickbait and engagement farming app. Now I've seen everything. So what's happening is some gamers are trying to dismiss this as performative outrage. And I'm being so for real right now. God, I effing hate game journalists. Luckily, Shift Up, the game creators, they don't give an F about the performative outrage. Maybe let's not post clickbait, etc. I can't believe a living, breathing human wrote this weird manifesto. Dog. Dog. I feel like this is an episode of Black Mirror where it's like all they want me to say is like, okay, no, fine, I admit she doesn't look like a kid, but she does though. She does. Look, oh wait. I really like this one a lot. And by like, I mean this makes me so mad. I said it before, but this is a huge mask off moment for weirdos. People see what is absolutely an adult woman, albeit a younger woman, and immediately start projecting weird sexualized child feelings on her. And then they get mad when you tell them that's pretty weird and gross to do. So I suppose my discomfort, according to these people, would actually be stemming from the fact that I have an unhealthy interpretation of adults versus kids and how that pertains to sexualization. It's actually me. And everybody who is criticizing this, that is a weirdo. And we're showing ourselves to be the problem here. Someone said, if you didn't tell me they're an adult, I genuinely say that's a 9 to 13-year-old. I literally have seen people say, I showed this character to my friends just out of curiosity, and they're like, oh, that's a kid. That's not good, bro. That's not good. Someone says, she just looks like a kid on that one specific scene where her face is half covered. When you look at her directly, she looks young, but not that young. She looks like someone who's in their late teens, early 20s. Okay. Crazy opinion. We don't need to see people who are in their late teens being sexualized. I'm throwing that out there. And also, y'all thought we were going to skip past this part where you actually acknowledge she just looks like a kid? Dog, this is crazy. Someone said, you're the only person smart enough to understand that perspective makes a difference. It's an elevated, high, like 5D chess take to understand that actually she only looks like a child in some scenes. So the sexualization is fine. Yeah, no, I'm not even like planning on making a video about this because I literally hate these people. I hate these people. I hate these people so much. I want them out of my space. I want you all to leave. I don't want you to pay another $1 for a video game ever again. Please stop driving market trends. Please. The blatant attempt to normalize all of this is why we are getting games like this in the first place. So it's literally you guys' fault over here on Reddit excusing this. Well, this is why this character exists in the first place. So yeah, I'm actually pretty mad and salty about this Stellar Blade discourse because this is why I don't tell people I'm a gamer. No. Mm-mm. And then what I think is great. This is great. This is great. Lao Fei. God of War. I have quite literally, and I'm being honest here, I've literally seen people complaining about the new God of War game because, oh no, why isn't it Kratos? Why are we playing as Lao Fei, a woman? And I'm like, okay, let's think about this critically for a second. So when the quote unquote woman is this, we love Stellar Blade 2, Blood Rain, Game of the Year. It's not even out yet. We're super excited about this, which is very much not a weird character design. This is normal and a normal thing that we should be doing and consuming. But you're getting this character design, which I actually think is super dope. And now all of a sudden, actually it's a problem. Women in games at all. Just why do we need a spin-off with Lao Fei? Why not just Kratos for the 8th time? When, as if this is even taking away from the games that exist. So yeah, I'm bothered by the loudest people in gaming right now. I don't even really feel like they represent a majority. Obviously, Lao Fei's still going to do crazy numbers. Whoop, I accidentally locked my computer. I was just trying to zoom back out. Obviously, like, this internet discourse doesn't really matter, and Lao Fei's still going to do crazy numbers. But I just... Why would you complain in one breath about this while trying to excuse this? This looks crazy, y'all. This looks crazy. Some of the double standards are apparent. They're very apparent. But yeah, you should have no problem with this, in my opinion. And you should have maybe every problem with this because this is weird. No, absolutely not. Reading chat. Someone said, I'm excited for Lao Fei. Says, oh, same. I watched that. They put out like a 20-minute video of like the first few minutes. And I was like, this game looks hype. The only issue is I never actually played God of War or God of War Ragnarok. And I don't think I'm going to. I'm familiar with those games. I have seen parts of them, but I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to go into Lao Fei straight up, not knowing much about this world. Why not? Why not? Someone says too many Ooga Booga brains and they're all in dudes. Okay, you know what is nasty and I feel like not enough people are talking about? The game modding scene is getting weird. It's getting weird because I'm literally, I think, now you got to be careful how you're talking about things, obviously, because I don't want to sound like I'm arguing against people's right to mod games. No. But there are literally people making mods because they believe the main characters of games are not hot enough. And they're like, oh, don't worry. We're going to fix this through a mod. So you may see a mod where we release a version of Lao Fei or it changes it to where she looks, I don't know, 20. And we're like, here's the new mod. We're going to play this version instead. Or like I see mods to like, and I'm like, I think that even if game modding is fine and the thing that people should be able to do, that doesn't make it automatically not weird. The reasons that are behind some of these choices. Like, who looks at I'm losing control of my own streaming apparatus just thinking about some of this stuff. Dog, it pisses me off really bad. Someone said, haven't mods always been like that? They have always been like that. I just think they're getting louder and louder and more aggressively created as a reaction to try to express dissatisfaction with the way that people actually look. And that's what's bothering me. I'm not really bothered by the existence of mods for games because, hey, you bought the game, you can do whatever you want with it. I'm bothered by this idea that like people keep loudly trying to make points about the actresses that are involved in games by releasing like alternate versions of them. I'm just like, dude, this is so weird. Or a lot of times people are creating like, I see this stuff. Literally, the people will create like AI generated versions where they'll like yesify the character, which usually just means making her look younger or making the outfit more revealing or changing the body type. And I'm just like, hatred. Hatred. No, thank you. I'm so sad and mad about all of this. It pisses me off really bad. But yeah, if you're not like super deep into gaming discourse, please stay away and stay casual. That's the best way of thinking and talking about games. Don't engage in these spaces. There's nothing there for you. Reading chat. Someone says they do skin lightening on dark skin characters too. I've literally seen that. Yes. I'm talking about this from like what I perceive to be a misogynist standpoint, but there's also a racism standpoint and then all kinds of standpoints. Like, oh man. Gaming is not an art form by which we express our bigotry. That's never what it's been. Also, like, it was a medium that was actually typically embraced by people who were at one point social outcasts. So then to turn around and be like, no, actually, this is a tool of oppressing the marginalized. I cry every day. Every single day. I don't really cry, but yeah, no, that's my little bit about Stellar Blade. So yeah, whoever said that, I hope that you got the rant that you wanted, because I had a really strong opinion about that one. I really did, dog. People keep talking about Ariana. Someone said, please talk about Ariana already. Okay, fine. Let's do it. I put her in the title. It's fair. Yeah, chat. I've made like what? Maybe 2 different videos about Ariana Grande. Maybe 2. I don't remember. Not any sort of deep dive or anything like that. Just sometimes she comes up because she's very popular, very famous. And yeah, whoa, that was scary. I guess this is just Petals because of her new album, Petal. I purposely did not cover the Ariana Grande and Ethan Slater cheating drama when it happened. Drama is a crazy word to use about something that destroyed multiple relationships. Mostly because I didn't like care. I care insofar as cheating is a terrible thing that should be condemned. I didn't care insofar as I didn't feel like I had much to say about this. But after one of the most high profile cases of celebrity cheating, in which Ethan Slater willingly cheated on his wife, who was the mother of his newly born child, with pop star Ariana Grande, who was also married, and blew up his own family and devastated his wife, as she said. That happened, and then Ariana Grande was very like not remorseful about this in any way, actually pretty brazen, very public with all of this, while each of them was married to other people. That was obviously incredibly wild. You will definitely find I feel like you have to search way too deep into the community. You can find some people trying to dismiss this or excuse this or whatever, but chat, that's not a good idea. I don't really think there's much to dismiss or excuse. This man broke up his whole family. Well, what did I just do? Okay, that was scary. This man broke up his entire family with someone who was also married and knew what she was doing. So I remember all of that happening a couple years ago, and I was just getting so tired of hearing about it. I guess what makes it ironic, that's the least mean word I can use. What makes it ironic is now it's been announced, not directly from them, but just announced, people, all these other places. Ariana Grande and Ethan Slater quietly split, quote unquote, several months ago after nearly 3 years of dating. So you did this for what? That's the part. The reason you're not going to get a video from me about this is because still, I really never have much to say about cheating other than that's not a good thing and you shouldn't do that. For what? Because you could? Because it was fun? Or were you just going on a moment to moment basis? Ultimately, this was quite literally for nothing. I am so... and obviously, everyone saw this coming because let's be for real, if you get together by cheating in many cases, it's not going to end as a fairy tale. But, I'm not surprised. I'm just, confused as to why... Oh, someone said the on-screen chat is frozen. You're right. Let me see if I can fix it. Maybe that fixed it. Nope, that didn't fix Jack. Okay, hold on. Let me refresh the cache. There we go. Fix it. Anyways, yeah, no, all of that is incredibly odd. I don't have any sort of opinion on who someone should or should not be dating because, again, as long as it's not me, I don't want to be dating a pop star. But, now that they're finally broken up, I feel like I can finally make closure. I can finally find closure and make peace with this. I never have to bring this up ever again. Never again. Because I'm so tired of this. Let me see if I can find this picture. There's only ever been one thing I can think about when it comes to Ethan Slater and Ariana Grande. And that is just the fact that he just looks so much like Ariana's brother. I feel like a bad person every time I bring this up. Because if you fall in love with someone and that person just happens to look like your brother a lot, that's not your fault, I guess. This wasn't something that Ariana did, or Ethan, or her brother. But I think the main reason that I myself have always just been like, dude, So hopefully now that they're just no more, they're not together anymore, I never have to be cursed with this knowledge anymore. I'm going to try to forget what both of these people look like. Hopefully never think about Ethan Slater again. He's not really in my realm of interest. I don't really follow Broadway and stuff like that. And I can just sleep a little bit better at night. That's the part that bothered me. The cheating bothered me from a moral perspective. But the part that actually I just cared about way too much and was too obsessed with was I was like, dude, what is happening here? What are we doing? Why? Anyways, someone said Phineas be doing that too. I feel like these are just bad conversations to have because I don't want to sound like I'm insinuating things. I don't want it to sound like I'm insinuating things that I'm not. I'm literally not insinuating anything weird. I just think sometimes if your partner happens to kind of remind people of your sibling, it can be odd. That's all. Someone said I'm stun locked. Yeah, no, that's all. And to be fair, I don't really think that Phineas's girlfriend looks like Billie Eilish. I just don't think she looks incredibly dissimilar, but that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. Anyways, moving on. Please allow me to move on from this literally forever. Sometimes you can't help it, dog, because if you're just dating someone, how would I describe Billy? Dark hair, pale, blue eyes. There's not much you can do about this. It's nobody's fault. Oh my god. Lord, save me. Someone say game, dating, or siblings. Well, that's why we have the entire subreddit for it, though. Wait, I don't know if I should pull up this subreddit or dating Reddit. I think this just tends to happen, and we have literally already had this conversation on stream before, but this tends to happen where Sometimes, every now and then. Oh no, these are obviously siblings. Oh no, wait. They're not. These two are from Love Island. I watched this episode last night. Okay, I don't really oh my god. Okay, I think the issue here is when you are purposely trying to frame people through the context of them potentially looking like each other, then you're going to start looking for similarities. And they, oh my god. Can we just move on? Can we just move on? Someone said it's time to close this. I'm moving on. I'm not equipped. I'm done. I've said everything I wanted to say. That was my contribution to Ariana Grande discourse. I hope that was as useless as it felt. Oh no. Oh no. You know what's really bad about that? Those two specifically kept saying on the show, oh my god, I just feel like there's something so familiar about you. You might think that I'm making this up. I'm being for real. Do I have... Okay, thankfully I lost the picture. No, I'm bringing it back up. These two literally said multiple times on the show, I just feel like there's something so familiar about you. And it's so attractive to me. I want to explore what it is. Obviously, they're not related. But... and then they're just like, oh, I'm from... was it Philly or somewhere like that? It's like, oh, that's crazy. I'm from that place too. Wow, we're from the same place. And I just feel like I've seen you before. Let's move on. I'm closing every single tab I have open. I just mass closed every single tab. Goodbye. Done with that train of thought. It's over. It's over. It's absolutely over. Also, I feel like they were one of the more palatable couples on that show. But yeah, oh my god. Oh buddy. Someone said stop. I've stopped. Someone said they like their own face. An only child is going to date someone who looks like their non-existent sibling because they look like themselves. It makes a sort of sense in my brain. Oh man. Okay, anyways. Someone said the tabs are tainted. The tabs are tainted, dog. Close those things immediately. I wanted to bring up a mental health thing. I have a unique mental health take. It's not unique at all. I just want to know if anyone else struggles with this. Does anybody have the misfortune of having a condition that's not medically recognized? I do. Or one that you feel may be very medically misunderstood. I was thinking about that the other day when I was going through something offline involving what for me felt like it was manifesting as rejection sensitive dysphoria. Excuse me. And the problem, though, is that for as much pain as that was causing me, you know, technically RSD isn't actually recognized as a real thing officially from like a medical and scientific standpoint. And it can be, someone said misophonia. I have that one too. It can be really like demoralizing and demotivating just thinking about this thing that you feel as though you are obviously experiencing. And there's also a community of people who are like, yep, I had the same thing happen. And they start describing your life story despite never having met you. But you, as a science person, have to concede on some level. Obviously, there's merit to science. Duh. If you come out and tell me, hey, like, science says this, I'm going to believe it. What I feel is though science is lacking a little bit on a few things. And some of those things, when they happen to overlap with me, can be kind of painful. So that was just a thought I had the other day. Man, it really sucks having a condition that technically no one will actually validate as existing. Oh no. Someone says science isn't perfect. It's not perfect. No, it's a great methodology and it's necessary. It's deeply important, but obviously it's not perfect, or we would already know everything and we never would have had to have updated our understanding of science as it goes along. Someone says, I 1000% feel like I have RSD. That's the thing. It's like, if you feel like you have it and there's a list of what it means for you to have it, but it's technically not seen as a real thing, like where am I supposed to go from here? Here, and I've talked about this one on stream before. I feel like most of us know what RSD is, obviously. Or I shouldn't say obvious, maybe you've never heard of it, if you happen to be new to a stream, but like, basically, Cleveland Clinic sums it up pretty well. Rejection sensitive dysphoria is when you experience severe emotional pain because of a failure or feeling rejected. It's linked to ADHD. Experts suspect it happens due to differences in brain structure, meaning you can't regulate rejection-related emotions or behaviors, making them more intense. But like, technically, it's not recognized as an actual like symptom or byproduct, and so I don't want to spread misinfo and be like, oh, this is like a thing that everyone knows the exact right name for, but like, oh no. Someone says talked about in my psychology classes. Well, maybe we're moving in the right direction, because that's pretty good. I hope more people talk about it so that we can get some more info. Misophonia would be the same thing, where like, it's a disorder. You have a decreased tolerance to specific sounds, etc. Doesn't have an official recognition as a distinct disorder. It is kind of recognized, obviously, as a thing that many people say that they have, but sometimes I feel like it would just be easier for me to be like, this is real. We know that it's real, obviously. But instead, I'm just like, well, there's this thing that people call what I experience. Sometimes that feels real to me. Science doesn't work very well with that. Oh no. Uh-oh. Someone said I have the same name as their girlfriend's dad. Yo, that's fire. We need more D'Angelos. Someone said RSD sucks so bad. It does for me, yeah, and for many people. Cause like for me, that's the worst part of this is the worst part of it. ADHD is not fun, but actually for me, the very tippy top upmost worst part of ADHD is something that science hasn't even decided a name for yet, or if it is actually part of ADHD. Frustrating. Reading chat. Sometime late, what are we discussing today? Lots of things. In this case, I was discussing how, as much as I love science and medicine, sometimes it can move a little slowly. And then that can leave you feeling a little left behind when you're maybe experiencing things that are difficult. Uh-oh. Someone says, I have misophonia, but I think if I tell people what sounds bother me, then they'll intentionally make those sounds, so I can't talk about it. I do the same thing. I don't tell people I have this. I just leave. Whenever the sounds are happening, I just leave. I don't want people to start. Ugh. Sorry. Yeah, no, I just leave. It's easier. Someone said, isn't rejection hard for most? Let's talk about it. Yes. Rejection is an emotion, or is an experience that all humans are sensitive to. So the idea that rejection sensitivity being something that needs its own name or diagnosis may sound a bit confusing in the light of rejection being a universally understood crappy thing to happen to somebody. That's the thing, right? Let me ask you this though. Universally, I don't think the average person wants to die over someone not wanting to hang out with them today and offering to do it tomorrow. That's how I would sort of like throw out the difference between RSD and just generally struggling with rejection. Like for me personally, like embarrassment triggers my RSD super bad. And whereas a lot of people feel embarrassment over a lot of things, and embarrassment can even temporarily make you want to disappear, I don't think it should always lead to incredibly extreme feelings of hatred or worthlessness when the thing that you're embarrassed over is a slight mistake. Uh, and that is mostly where I come from when I think about RSD and the way that people describe it. It's not that rejection is bad. We know that. We don't need science to explain that. It's more so just like, how could something be so bad that it takes up all of my other emotions and I can't focus on anything? Oh man. Someone says it can be about perceived rejection. Yeah, for me personally, chat, nobody even really be rejecting me on a day-to-day basis. That's the part that is embarrassing and like really pisses me off. I am not going through life where people are actually constantly slighting me or turning me away or not wanting to spend time with me or whatever. And yet, it can be hard not to be really reactive to these things and just incredibly like insecure and upset over things that are literally not that big of a deal. Also, like for me, I have parts of the disorder that I'm okay showing online and parts of it that I can't show online. I literally can't show the RC online. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can show you guys parts of the ADHD that are a little bit like less disturbing. For others, my sometimes bizarre trains of thought or just my fixation over things. I like talking about those things. Actually, I'm neutral on those. I'm not like proud of them, but I'm also not upset by them. RSD is something that you cannot see. If I ever actually perceived that I was in the midst of this happening to me, I would literally just have to end the stream. I would have to end the stream instantly because I literally turn into, I don't turn into anything. I'm always myself, right? But like, oh my God, I actually literally hate the way that I can react to these things. It just pisses me off. So much anger. It's like, as much as you think you're growing as a person, let one thing happen. And then just revert instantly to that baby brain, emotionally dysregulated version of you that can't even handle someone not holding your hand 24/7. Yeah, it's bad. So I also feel like low key, that is also why this is misunderstood, because I hide those symptoms super hard on purpose. I know a lot of people with ADHD who experience this. By the way, not everyone who has ADHD experiences RC, but a lot of people who do, you will hide this reaction because you don't actually want people to know. You don't want people to know that you react this way. You don't want like where I'm going to make up an example, but this actually really did happen. Somebody congratulates you on something one day. They think, oh, you did a great job on that. And then the next day, you do a different version of it and they don't notice. Imagine reacting to that with actual self-hatred. Perceived rejection. It can happen to you in any circumstance. It's not usually real. Now, sadly, we do get rejected by a lot of things in our real actual lives. So it can be real, but it's the times when I find myself just mad over scenarios that my brain actually made up. It's like, oh, you know why this person did this? Because they hate you. And I'm like, that makes sense. Duh, because I hate me. So why? Yeah, hello. And then you just run with that and it ends in like, I'm a burden. But literally all that happened was like, they didn't see you. They literally just didn't see you. This person is your friend. This person is a supportive family member. This person wants the best for you. Yeah, anytime my mental anything makes me start thinking bad thoughts about actually the people who love me and want the best for me, I find that I have to, or I feel compelled to hide most of my symptoms from them. Because duh, I'm not going to go around reacting like this, or I'm going to do my best not to. Sometimes I have to react like privately. Oh my God, like... I'll give you an example. This is like, I'm choosing not to be embarrassed by this. When I went to watch Obsession, actually, I think I said that was last night. It might have been the night before. I don't remember. But when I did my double feature, I watched Obsession by myself and I watched Masters of the Universe with someone else. Because they didn't want to see Obsession due to the triggering content, which is fine. But they did want to see Masters of the Universe. So I was like, okay, I'm going to buy 1 ticket for me, obviously, and 2 tickets for Masters of the Universe. Well, I made a mistake. Sometimes I can struggle with really simple tasks like that. And I was so just like that I bought 1 ticket for me for Obsession and 1 ticket for me for Masters of the Universe. And so we got to the theater, obviously, and I scanned the little thing on my phone and it prints out 1 ticket for Obsession. Or not Obsession. It prints out 1 ticket for Masters of the Universe. And like everything went to crap internally. Externally, I stopped for a second and I was just kind of like, okay, let's think about this critically. My first thought was, I bought 2 tickets. Well, here's the problem, chat. I did buy 2 tickets, but I was supposed to buy 3. So then my next realization was, oh, I made a mistake. I failed. And even though it wound up not being an issue because the movie theater employee was very nice and they're like, oh yeah, just go ahead and pay for another ticket. We can probably put it right next to you. And we did. And we were able to watch Masters of the Universe. And the person I watched it with said nothing to me about this after the fact. I got so incredibly upset, mostly at myself. I was so embarrassed. I was literally... Chad, I cried. I literally cried. In the comfort of my own home, I felt the need to just have a mini tantrum of like, why can't I do anything right? Why, when I am given the simplest, easiest tasks of all time, like pay money, it's really easy to pay money to people in the world like this. How do you mess something like that up? And imagine messing something like that up in front of other people. The friend that you're trying to watch this movie with, and even in front of the employee and other people having to like accommodate you. Like, my brain's just like, you are a burden. You mess these things up. You were annoying people. I start feeling very rejected. And it's like, and it's because you make these stupid mistakes all the time. This is what you do. And I was like, so yeah, I cried and I got really upset about it. I was so angry. And then I kind of like breathed out a little bit and I was like, anyone could have made this mistake. And that's it. That's usually what I tell myself. I'm just like, anyone could have made this mistake. It's fine. It's not because I ruin everything. It's not because I always mess things up. And I also reminded myself too, the employee was doing their job. They weren't inconvenienced. They don't remember that this happened. That's the main thing I have to remind myself with RC. No one remembers that these things are happening except me. Also, the person I watched the movie with doesn't care because they got to see the movie. They didn't have to suddenly cough up a ticket. I was also giving them a free ticket. Like, imagine a situation where I paid for someone's movie ticket turning into me crying because I felt like I was somehow being judged for this massive failure. So that's RSD. For me. Someone says, do you find therapy helps? I'm realizing I could help this. Therapy is the main thing that helps for me. For like my personal experience, medication helps with a bunch of other things, but it's not going to be the thing that gets me to that next step of like acceptance. That was the psychotherapy that did wonders. So the fact that I was able to feel this really strong feeling and not fall into my usual traps, because I have a lot of traps that I fall into when I'm spiraling. A younger version of me who was less equipped, I would have started annoying this friend of just like, I'm so sorry, like, oh my gosh, like, I swear to God. I would start making a lot of excuses too. Like, I literally had it open to buy the 2 and I was trying to do this, and the person would probably just be like, it's fine, we saw the movie. The therapy will help you realize when you do or do not need to explain yourself and actually apologize. The answer is not always. You actually don't need to apologize every time you mess something up. I know that sounds crazy, but sometimes you mess things up, but you didn't mess things up for other people. So yeah, I'm good now, thankfully, and I can recognize a lot of my feelings as being not real. But low key, imagine experiencing all of that emotional dysregulation and knowing obviously that this is like, you know why this is happening. And also technically science hasn't even agreed that there's a reason that you're reacting this way. Because then it leads me to feel like, well, if this isn't even an official symptom, am I just what, a baby? ah! Oh no. Someone said me overthinking interactions from literal years ago. Oh yeah, no. Like, I also never forget anything that I mess up. Ever. Ask your ADHD friends if they be struggling with this. Ask them the last time they ever actually truly forgot something that they messed up. I don't move on. I totally remember mistakes that I made in college or as a literal child or yesterday or last week or just really embarrassing things. The embarrassment. Embarrassment is such a struggle. Oh my God. Oh wow. Because for me it's just rage. It's just anger and abject despair of like, no. Reading chat. So I feel seen here. Yeah, no, in general, emotional dysregulation is a symptom of a lot of disorders, and yet I feel like it's very misunderstood. It makes me sad. I think in general, I come across to people as someone who is not very emotionally dysregulated, and that is because it takes a lot. It takes a lot of careful everything, meds, therapy, time, coping mechanisms, etc. I seem fine. I largely am okay. And at times on stream where I have been very emotional over things, I allow myself because everybody has feelings. But the massive and intense actual emotional dysregulation that is an officially recognized symptom of my ADHD, that's the part that makes me sad. Someone in chat said, I hate the way I feel ashamed. It makes me feel ashamed by existing. That's the part that makes me feel like I want a way out. I think for me, like the ADHD, yes, I forget things. Yes, I mess things up. But we all do these things, obviously. Yes, I get distracted. Yes, I actually am really good at focus. People say ADHD can be a focus issue. No, ADHD is me having great focus, but only on specific things. I'm not ashamed of any of that. I don't care at all. Actually, this is just the way I am. But I do. It's hard to unpack the same of emotional dysregulation. And almost you feeling like there's two of you. There's the you that is feeling these things and you're literally crying. You're literally like audibly sobbing over something while a part of you also knows that this isn't even a big deal and that you are being what can feel to you at that time ridiculous. That's the struggle. That's also why I don't let people make these little jokes of like, oh, I forgot something, ADHD moment. I'm like, maybe that was not an ADHD moment. No, it wasn't. No. I mean, not that everybody's experience is the same, but like if the only thing that you're struggling with is like occasionally I forgot something and you know that you don't have this disorder, you're just making a joke about having it. It's like, dog, you are missing a really key part of this experience. Oh no. It's crazy, dog. Sometimes I hate that I can't allow myself to accept love. Yeah, or like people like giving you or explaining to you that like you're fine or that they love you or whatever, and it's literally just like forget in one ear and out the other. This doesn't even enter my headspace at all. I'm like, comments or compliments? Boing. But the negativity, we got all the time in the world for that. Sign me up. Yeah, no, it's crazy, dog. It's crazy. But yeah, I empathize with anybody who experiences, well, anything. At least I try to. But you got emotional dysregulation on your symptom list. I know what it is. I know how it would be. You is not a baby. You're not stupid. You're not being ridiculous. You're literally doing your best. But it's not fun feeling like a child when you're not, though. That's a crazy feeling. And I think any human can relate to that. Just feeling like, God, why? Wild, dog. Wild. Reading chat. Someone says has to do with my autism, trying to understand simple social cues, basically mimicking others. Obsession was a good movie. Yes, Obsession was a good movie. Reading chat. Anyways, that's all I've got. That was my little mental health talk. What were my key points? Dysregulation be crazy as hell. There are aspects to certain disorders that haven't even been agreed upon scientifically, and be understanding of yourself that you're doing your best, even if you don't believe it. Just lie. Do you want my ultimate mental health advice? I don't think I've ever said this because it sounds depressing. Just lie to yourself every single day. That's what I do. I know that sounds crazy. I know that sounds crazy and sad, but low key, it can go a long way. Whenever the bad feelings and the bad thoughts come up, just be like, no, actually, I'm fine. I am totally well within my rights to feel everything I want to feel. I can take up as much space as I need to be as okay as everyone else is. And I deserve everything good I have, and I don't even deserve to feel bad like this. Just say it. Just practice it, honestly. Next time you cry, if you're feeling really bad about it after, just lie and be like, no, that was fine that I cried. I needed to do that, and it's good that this happened. Because actually, this is just my experience with therapy. It's a lot of believing things before you believe them. So a lot of things maybe that a therapist will throw out there, they're saying it, and I'm just like, you are literally full of it, and this isn't helpful, but sure. And you start trying to incorporate this thought for yourself. And maybe the first time it's not going to work, or the first several times, or maybe it never works, but it actually turns into a source of comfort. That's some things I've never been able to fully move into a healed relationship with, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna say the thing. What do we say? I'm deserving of everything good in my life. I shouldn't have to feel bad, and I can take up space as long as I'm, take responsibility. But yeah, no, just lie, dog. It's okay. We all doing it to some extent. I swear to God. Someone said, can't spell believe without lie. Exactly. I lie for my therapist. Do not lie to your therapist. That's not helpful. But you should lie for your therapist. If they want you to believe in good for yourself, then try. And it can actually take you a long way. A long way, man. Someone said that was deep breathing for me. Yeah, like, is it helping? I don't know, but it's something to do. It's something to do. It helps. Someone says say it in the mirror. That can help too, for real. Like, dog, there's so many coping mechanisms. But anyways, that's it. I wanted to do my little mental health chat. We try not to rant about it for 4 hours at a time, but I like bringing up various angles about it. What else? Reading chat. Someone said, I think most mental health issues right now are amplified because of online. You think, and I think as well. I almost want to say, I know. I can just feel it. I know mine are, or can be, which is why we try to be very, like, middle of the road here. Try not to be suffering too much, honestly. Someone says they need to ban social media for everyone. I feel like, from a moral perspective, obviously I'm not pro banning anything. Well, yeah, I'm pro banning a lot of things. Actually, let's be more specific. I'm not pro like banning people's access to social media. But does anybody low-key have that little goblin that lives within you that wants to be happy and is like, no, just burn it down. Burn it down. Take it away. I know that this is bad. I know this is going to be bad for a lot of people. Get rid of it. We don't actually need... We actually don't need Twitter. Hey, you could take away YouTube. I went to school. I'll go back to school. I'll figure something out. Take away all of these websites. We don't need them. Keep the parts of the internet that help people, which is a lot of it. I still want the technology. I want us to be able to access information readily available. I want you, if you have like conditions where you need to call people, you should be able to do that for sure. But take away the social media aspect of it. Can we just hit the reset button, dog? Please. Sometimes I think about that. But then I'm like, you have no right to think about that. You are social media. What? You don't exist outside of this. You spend more time as an agent of social media than you do in real life touching grass. What are you talking about? It's wild, dog. Someone says you can have this back when you learn to behave. That's how I feel. Take away the internet for a little bit. A little bit. Oh, speaking of that, did y'all see that big debate? It's not, I call everything a big debate, and I could literally be talking about like 2 websites having different opinions on things. But did y'all see that big debate about phones at concerts? Actors, singers, musicians on tour getting more and more vocal about people not using their phones or like creating phone-free spaces, and people either agreeing or disagreeing. You're getting discourse about people saying, well, I record these because I watch them back for my own memory, or like people saying, I've even seen this framed through like a disability perspective of like, well, some people need their phones, and I agree that you can have your phone if you need it. I don't think that means you should be recording. I think these are almost 2 issues, 2 separate things. But yeah, I was like reading up into this, and I'm like, wow, people are really letting this concert conversation come to ahead. Wow, it's really getting out there. It's really getting out there. Someone said Phoebe Bridgers. I love that Phoebe Bridgers created like a phone-free experience. That seems really neat. Because I mean, if you need your phone, you can still go get it. I think was my understanding. Nothing was stolen. Nothing was stolen. Someone said, I'm sick of people watching my band through other people's screens. Yeah, no, like what? I also have seen an argument come up a lot, which I agree with very strongly. Bring back the concert DVD. So many people's issues with this would be solved if they knew that actually they would have the ability to rewatch this in high quality if there was going to be access to this. You don't need to record every concert, but put out a concert DVD that you can buy if this is so important to you. That is filmed well, you know what I mean? And then nobody needs to be holding up their phone. That's how I feel personally. Reading chat. Someone says, you could have your phone, it was just locked up. Venue staff could unlock things if necessary. Yeah, that's fair to me. Someone said, I miss the DVDs. For real. But yeah, no, obviously, I think it almost goes without saying, but I will say it. Me arguing we need to be less reliant on our phones is not a commentary on people who are medically reliant on their phones for any reason. It's literally just stop watching concerts like this, guys. It's annoying. That's what I'm saying. Someone said DVD, you're aging yourself. Okay, I am. Well, at least I didn't say VHS. At least I didn't say tape it. I didn't say go back to taping concerts. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, taping is more so something you do at home with a VHS player if you wanted to record something off of your TV. Or at least that's what an older person could tell you. I don't know, because no, we did still use VHS when I was a kid. I want to lie and be like, we didn't use those. I am very young. I'm not that young. Someone says DVDs aren't relevant anymore. Make them relevant again. I love physical media. Bring them back for real. Reading chat. Someone said VHS is the real age reveal. Yeah, DVDs, I feel like most of us do still remember, but VHS, if your fam didn't have like Disney movie on VHS, that was my childhood. Like, oh, let's watch Pocahontas on VHS real fast. The big like clunky tapes, these like black squares, plastic, so much plastic, and these massive machines. Oh my god. And they didn't hold hardly any info. All they held was one movie. Nowadays you could fit so much more information than that on like a little USB stick. It's crazy to think about. Someone said DVDs are still very much around. Yeah, don't let DVDs die, y'all. I'm gonna be disappointed, for real. Someone said I used to collect VHS, but they take up so much space. Dog, they take up so much space. That's the worst thing about VHS tapes, is they are huge. I have no idea why they are so big. I collect DVDs. I love no ads and good movie trailers instead. Yes. Some media is out on Blu-ray yet. Oh, Blu-ray. Oh my god. We were a big Blu-ray family when I was a kid. So many Blu-rays. Someone said I'm 23 and had a VHS. Let's go. Let us absolutely go. I still have Pocahontas on VHS. That's sweet, actually. I mean, actually, hold on. Chat, did that movie age well? I'm a little shook. I'm a little scared. Hold on a second. Pause. I haven't watched Pocahontas in a solid 20 years because when I was a kid, it wasn't my favorite Disney movie per se. What was I more of a fan of? I was like a Meet the Robinsons type kid. I liked Hercules. I was a big fan of. So I haven't seen Pocahontas in a big old stretch of time. I'm a little, yeah, okay, I see the reaction. It sounds like I'm asking questions I already know the answer to. Probably this movie should be considered a product of its time, right? As someone said, it's pretty to look at. It's very pretty to look at. Yes, the film has a beautiful art style. Oh god, I feel like I'm scared thinking about this. I'm scared thinking about this movie, dog. Someone said the music slaps, and it does. And the music absolutely does slap. Beautiful animation. Oh no. Someone says, I love Pocahontas as a child. Not accurate, but I always thought she was a badass as a kid. Well, she was a very cool character in this movie. Yes, I strongly agree with that for sure. The soundtrack is amazing. Yeah, no, I probably would need to just like look into remembering what this movie is about and how people perceive it. Maybe how it's been talked about by other people, because I could just imagine something like this happening in the 90s, maybe not being done in the best way. That's how I feel. That's just a guess, but anyways, I love the talking tree. Yeah, I still have fond memories of it, but I think the thing is too, like, sometimes I feel like people are not good at reconciling their fond memories of something with something being problematic. It's okay to have fond memories of Pocahontas while also acknowledging, like, well, I still don't remember what there is because I don't really remember what happens in this movie. But let's say it's getting some things wrong. You can acknowledge these things. I feel the same way about Harry Potter. I was never really a Harry Potter kid. I was more of a Narnia fan. Let's go. I wanted to walk through a wardrobe and isekai. That was the first isekai story I ever read, was The Chronicles of Narnia by C.S. Lewis. It's okay to have fond memories of Harry Potter and to not support it as it currently exists. No one thinks you're a bad person for being a child for being a child. It kind of ends there. Basically, being a kid was enjoying Harry Potter if you were born at a certain time period. But if you're like stubbornly refusing to let go of, you don't even have to let go of your enjoyment for that. Just like, no, I'm still going to support this franchise monetarily because I can. Because it meant something to me when I was a child. That's when I start getting a little like, oh my god, but like the money literally is going in you know whose pocket, and she is literally objectively turning around and funneling it into anti-trans lobbying. Like, it is a one and maybe we don't have to do this just because we really liked the wizard kid property. You still, I don't understand why multiple things can never be true with these things. Like, it pisses me off real bad. But anyways, yeah, I liked a lot of old Disney movies, and probably a lot of those were wild as hell. I think one thing that I don't really love about some of these classic Disney movies, I'm going to be honest, they do reinforce very like traditional and outdated like get the girl narratives. Maybe not all of them, but I remember as a kid having a very like romanticized, well, Disney version of like, yeah, this is my job and this is how this works and this, that, the other. Of course, you get a little older and you realize they're just movies or whatever, but like there are always new, maybe more thoughtful ways of exploring these things, but I just still think they can be beautiful films on their own for other reasons. Someone said Phil Collins in Tarzan was amazing. Oh my god. Tarzan, though, that movie was so like, that's such a fascinating film to me. Yeah, I have a soft spot. I'm not a Disney adult, but I have a pretty big soft spot in my heart for like the Disney movies I watched as a kid. That stuff was stunning. I hope the kids are still getting good movies. Y'all got K-pop Demon Hunters. That one was pretty fun. Spider-Verse, kids are lucky, and by kids, I'm watching these movies too. So, but yeah, in general, I had some real good and interesting films as a kid. Some still brainwashing us all. Yeah, we were also being brainwashed too, but that's okay. Maybe. Someone says, I blame Disney princesses for my 2 decades of compet. Well, they're very straight films, that's for sure. Oh, I have an unpopular opinion. This is a bad take. You know how low-key, the villains were always like queer coded in these movies. I've probably said this before on stream, but this is my perfect chance to bring it back up again. Like obvious queer coding in Disney movies. Me as a queer person just saying like, well, duh. Yes, this character's supposed to invoke a certain je ne sais quoi. I would say like yes, whereas it makes sense to be critical of why this was happening. How come the bad guys were, you know, queer coded in this way? I want to go back there. I think we understand now, or I understand. Obviously, just because a character is evil, you shouldn't also kind of queer code them. But I want more evil queer coded characters in modern media. Please just bring back a character that is so deeply, insert whatever flavor or version of queer you want to go off of. I want to go back to relating to the villains in this way. I don't care. I I know that that's a bad take probably, but like bring back the queer coded villains. I swear to God, these are such good characters. So unfortunately, I agree. Like, bro, they're still iconic. I'm sorry. These are iconic characters. But yeah, that's probably a horrible way of wording that, but I think you know what I mean. I think you know what I mean. People are mentioning Ursula. Bro, the blueprints. And people said, rest in peace, Divine. For real. Someone said, have you seen Megamind? Literally, when did this movie come out? I've mentioned this before, but hold on. Trying to pull up Megamind, or I would if my computer was working all the way. Okay. You can see my screen, but I can't see my screen. So I don't know what to do with this info. Okay, we're back. When did Megamind come out? Megamind release date. 2010. Yes. So I was newly 12. I freshly entered age 12 when Megamind 2010 was released. And I want you to know that is so blurry. And I want you to know that I learned, was that Brad Pitt? That's unfortunate. I learned everything there is to know about masking from Megamind 2010. That's when it finally clicked to me. It finally clocked in my brain, because I had been trying to figure this out as a child this whole time of like, why sometimes am I reacted to this way, but sometimes I'm reacted to that way, and I'm just always trying to be myself. And then I watched this film, which is about a lot of things, one of which being a character truly struggling with the way that he is perceived, and not really knowing why, whereas someone else just effortlessly is seen as the good guy for reasons beyond Megamind's control, and deciding what to lean into versus what not to lean into. And also there's levels to this too, because Megamind does a lot of masking in this movie. Bernard Megamind. Yeah. Oh. Trans Bernard. I support this. What is this? Hello, fun fact of the day. Did you know Bernard from Megamind 2010 is transgender? Find out more here. That's one headcanon I can get behind. But anyways, I even having a character in this movie where it's like, oh, hey, if sometimes you're giving people this energy, it can be a little easier to get away with certain things. You can't always be the blue version of you, even if this is who you actually are. So I'm trying not to think too hard about this trans interpretation and then me also winding up non-binary, because I feel like there's levels to this, but I am not here to unpack those. Yeah, so I learned a lot from this movie, and the one line that I never forgot was when they call Megamind a villain, and he's like, he says something along the lines of like, oh no, I'm a supervillain, and you know what the difference is between a villain and a supervillain? Presentation. And I was like, I think I'm non-binary. So basically, even though I didn't know that word at that time, but I did realize at that point, I was like, okay, I finally have understood my gender is not real. Megamind 2010 radicalized me. You guys are so worried about like, oh no, we can't put two gay characters in a kid's movie or the kids will, I don't know. I actually literally don't know what would happen in the scenario that you're so worried about, because gay people already exist. You should have been worried about Megamind radicalizing me into essentially becoming non-binary and also figuring out how to like mask in various contexts. So shout out Megamind 2010. Very, very useful movie. Someone said coming out to my parents as a villain. I probably I don't even need to do so anymore. They can see at this point. Reading chat. Someone said from Transformers to Megamind, period. Yeah, no, literally my pantheon of awakening films just being like Transformers, obviously, big one. Feeling closer gender-wise to like Optimus Prime than a human adult man. Megamind for its useful lessons about masking and how you should really just be yourself if you can get away with it. Probably I can think of some third film if I think about it, but yeah, those two specifically, bad news for a young confused individual such as I. And that's the funny thing when people talk about like, oh, gender confusion. I realized at one point, my whole life I thought I was confused, but then I realized like, oh no, everyone else is confused. And now I'm happy with myself. Someone said the four genders: girl, boy, villain, or supervillain. Exactly. Duh. That's the lesson. Someone said, I feel like something shifted in me during the Sailor Stars arc and Sailor Moon. I have literally... This came up last time we were talking about awakenings through media. Dog, nothing has a higher success rate than Sailor Moon. How many of y'all watched this and then realized something about yourself? It doesn't even matter what the thing was. Just something. Anything. I swear to God, there's something about this franchise that I don't know. It's not possible to watch it and remain the same person that you were. I don't know why. But yeah, that's great. Also, my toxic trait is that sometimes in conversation online, like messaging with people, if I'm just trying to say like, oh, well, that's just how it is, I'll just like sign a message, oh, Sailor V, just to see if anyone ever corrects me. And like, I have like a 10% success ratio. Instead of saying c'est la vie, like French for such is life, I just say Sailor V because it's stupid and I'm stupid. But yeah, this is such a good show. I love Sailor Moon, dog. Someone says Sailor Moon's so gay. I mean, look at the material. Someone said Transformers is my special interest and definitely made me asexual, and I will not provide further context. Literally, there is an overlap. I swear. There's dozens of us. Maybe even dozens of us. Who really knows? Someone said, speaking of Sailor Moon, any Revolutionary Girl Utena fans, I'm so serious, D'Angelo. Major heads up for trigger warnings about such beautiful anime about patriarchy's effect and just so good. Dude, Utena is beautiful. Like the art style, the backgrounds. I watched the movie. Did I understand everything in that movie? No. But I was just rocked by that film. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Pulling the poster for this. Okay, yeah. Dog is so pretty. Everything about just like the way these characters are like drawn and expressed and etc. I realize this is kind of risque and YouTube might get mad at me, even though it's literally not that big of a deal. Dog. It's so pretty. And yeah, but I realized from watching the movie that obviously there was a lot more going on there and I should do a deeper dive into the world and probably will at some point. But yeah, shout out Utena. Good shout for sure. Probably if you like Sailor Moon. I couldn't see someone not liking, or at least finding something to appreciate in Utena. And then my third addition to that little mini trilogy that I just made a trilogy is Hoseki no Kuni, Land of the Lustrous, which you got to be careful watching low key because like I don't know how to describe the specific way in which Land of the Lustrous is triggering, but it can actually be a weirdly triggering show. And even if I explain why, I feel like I'm spoiling it. But this is a really, really interesting one. I'm trying to find like a poster, whatever. I'll just pull a screenshot. This is an interesting one too. Hoseki no Kuni. I watched the anime, which sadly doesn't adapt to the entire story, but thankfully the mangaka, she did finish the whole thing, and I read the entire thing, and I feel like I changed. And there's a lot of gendery things in this as well. If you want some non-binary rep, fun fact, almost no one in this series has a gender in the traditional sense. I mean, you could either argue that everyone has the same one, which is none, but certainly there's no sort of binary framing at all, which is really interesting. And I feel like results in characters they're just really different, I think, from things that you get in other properties. So someone said it's gorgeous. Dude, the art style for Hoseki no Kuni is so pretty. And they put a lot of work into like rendering the hair because like it moves and it reflects all pretty. It's a CG anime, but it actually looks pretty fluid, I think, in most of it. But yeah, I shout out Foss. They're a great character. Someone said, I'm late. How are the video vibes? Dude, the vibes are actually good. I feel like we got a solid discussion about Obsession, which I was really happy about. We got to talk about varying perspectives of liking it, disliking it, etc. But yeah, I feel like it went really well, which makes me happy. Someone said, I like the concept of the anime. Yeah, it has a really cool concept. And great music, too. Yeah, fantastic. But anyways, that's all I've got. JoJo's fashion was very non-binary. Dog, I love me some. Well, no. I love JoJo's Bizarre Adventure in a really specific way. And there's other ways that I don't love it because it's really hard to watch. But yes, the fashion, it doesn't care about gender in that show at all. And it's great. Check out some of the character designs from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure if you're ever bored, and you'll be like, whoa, these are cool, these are wacky. Very fun, very fun. And I'm excited because now there's new JoJo happening. I'm just waiting for it all to happen first, and then I'll watch Steel Ball Run for sure. Someone said JoJo pose. I wish I could strike JoJo poses in real life. Like, I wish I could bring that level of drama to the table, but alas, I'm boring. Someone said, on an unrelated note, have you seen The Summer Hikaru Died? I did. I really liked the way that one was edited. It reminded me of a YouTube video. I know that sounds crazy, but I'm being so serious. Or it reminded me of like an indie horror game. I really thought that was done pretty interestingly. And it's an interesting concept, you know, without spoiling too much. What happens if your friend is maybe not your friend, but it sort of seems to look a lot like your friend and sometimes act like him. Yeah, interesting. Reading of Time. Someone said ditto on Reading of Time. Reading chat. Ocarina of Time remake. Ditto on the summary card died. Changed my brain chemistry. Oh, you know what I'm excited about? Sorry, the clapping was a lot of energy and that wasn't necessary. But listen, dog, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Listen to me. Don't talk to me. Don't. All plans canceled until Persona 6 comes out. Do you hear me? I cannot believe it's that time. We are getting a new Persona game. I'm sure I'm going to love it just as much as I love the other ones. I'm sure I'm going to have problems with it just as much as I have problems with all Atlas games. I feel like these are not always perfect products, but oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm so deeply excited. I have very mixed feelings about Atlas. They're mostly positive. Yeah, I have mostly positive feelings about this studio for sure. I think my issue is I get very attached. Someone said, when was this announced? Literally a couple of days ago. Like, this is brand spanking new. I get like attached to these games on a level where I get hella critical of them. It's not because I don't like the games. I like them so much that I start nitpicking them and having these crazy standards. For me personally, the ultimate expression of how much I love something is how many problems I have with it. So, but I love me some Atlas games. And my favorite, without a doubt, probably will always be, where is it? Oh, they're not highlighting it for some reason, but they literally just announced it. Persona 4 remake. They're remaking Persona 4, Persona 4 Revival. They've reanimated it, which I'm so happy about. It looks so hype. I mean, I already liked the original animation, but it's literally so clean. Everybody looks so crispy. This is my favorite one, hands down. Again, maybe there's parts of this game where I think about them and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna scream. But I rock with the game for what it's trying to be. I really, really do. Someone said Danganronpa for me, unfortunately. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. That game just... Every now and then, it's like studios will make choices, and it's like, why did you make that choice? I thought of an even better way of wording it. It can be really frustrating when the studio gives you a lot to love and a lot to hate. That's how I feel. Especially about Danganronpa. Where it's like, there's certainly a lot to appreciate, but then also things are happening and you're just like, oh my God. Which is why I would never really play a Danganronpa game on stream, just because some of those lines and some of that humor is just like, dude, there's no, what, why? Sorry, I cry. But yeah, mixed feelings and emotions are the best sometimes, even though I'd rather just be purely happy, but I will take mostly happy with sometimes me screaming about why is anything real. Someone said this is how I feel about Fire Emblem. Oh my God. Yeah, no, like, yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Someone said favorite characters from what? Persona? Dog, I don't know. I kind of like all of the characters. I know that that's a cop-out answer, but Naoto? Is that the character I'm thinking of? Or maybe I've got the name wrong. Oh no, I'm correct. Yeah, okay. Naoto Shirogane from Persona 4 is a great character for sure. I think that... Yay, I like this character. But I also like the other ones too. I feel like they all try pretty hard, which I appreciate. So shout that out. Reading chat. Someone says, do you rock with Akechi Goro? I don't know what that is. Should I have said that out loud? Is that something crazy? I'm scared. Oh, this is a person. Oh, you mean from Persona 5? Sorry, I literally struggle with names so badly. Even if I like something, I often have to look up the names. I have to replay Persona 5 and then I can tell you. Because if I'm being for real with you, I don't really remember everything that happens in this game. That's how I feel right now. I don't want to say too much when I haven't played this game in a while. Most recently I replayed Persona 4. That's the one I just play over and over. But 5 is so stylish, man. It's so crispy. Someone say it's from Persona 5. Yeah, I was like, Akechigoro. Is that a property, an intellectual property? What is that? I don't know what that is. Someone said, do you like Madoka Magica? Oh, Madoka Magica. Yeah, you should totally watch that if you like magical girl anime. Just like normal, not life-destroying anime. Watch Madoka Magica. That one's cute. Let's see if we can pull a poster for that one. Yeah. You want to just see a bunch of kids save the world and like a cute little anime with magic and witches and little talking creatures, then sure, go watch Madoka Magica. And you're going to be very happy that you chose to do that. That's all I'll say about that. That's all I'll say about that. Right there. Someone said, why did this turn into a total anime conversation? Because we haven't talked about anime in a few weeks, and this happens every few weeks. It's just you can't keep the anime down, honestly. Someone said, I hope the movie actually drops this time. Let's go. Someone said, totally not a trap. Totally not a trap. Madoka is a normal anime about normal things that happen normally. Someone said, Promise Neverland, also kid-friendly. Dog, Promise Neverland is crazy. I especially like the first season so much. It's crazy, dog. Someone said, and now is where we convince you to watch Witch Hat Atelier. I should. I keep meaning to, and I keep forgetting, so it doesn't happen. But I will at some point. Don't worry. Someone said, this is actually helping me clean my room. Yo, let's go. Someone said, watch Evangelion. Yeah, watch Evangelion. That's just a very normal show for sure. Definitely like a sane and normal and not awful show where nothing bad really ever happens. Anyways, someone said, will you stream playing games again? Maybe once. maybe not like routinely making a habit of it, but I can hype up a big gaming stream and we can do that. That could be fun. Though I don't know what I would play. I would have to think about that. Oh, shifting away from anime into the realm of real people. I finished my Schitt's Creek rewatch. And I'm sad. I've been giving you updates on and off for like, I've been watching this for a couple months now. I was watching about an episode a day. And yeah, I finally finished Schitt's Creek again. Saw Moira Rose for the final time. I mean, everybody does great in that show, obviously. Really fantastic performances. But yeah, I'm sad. And I don't think I'm going to be able to watch it again. That's the sad part. Maybe I will. But I just think like the feelings I had after it this time, I was just like cries. I didn't actually cry, but I could have easily, and it would have been very refreshing for sure. Reading chat. Someone said, did you already discuss Ariana? Yeah, we did. It was a very unserious discussion where I mostly just said, oh, she broke up and this all has been so stupid because cheating is bad, and that's all I really had to say. But we talked about it. No clickbait. We really, really did. Someone said Devilman Crybaby makes me feel empty inside every time I watch it. I mean, we all have those things that we watch just to hurt ourselves, though. I mean, maybe we don't. Because I just realized I said that out loud and that sounded crazy. But I know I certainly have things I like to watch just to hurt myself. I want to feel pain. I want to feel nothing. I want the bleakness. Don't ask why. Reading chat. Someone said, what we do in the showers is so good. It is. That's so good. I think my problem is I don't find most comedies funny. But I find that one funny. I laugh at what we do in the shadows. I find Schitt's Creek to be funny. I feel like comedy can get so mean. I know I sound like a baby, as Moira Rose would say. But I feel like sometimes I'm just watching comedy and I'm like, this is so unnecessarily mean-spirited to the characters within it, and I don't understand why. And I like shows that don't make me feel like that. Schitt's Creek is not mean. What we do in the shadows, I wouldn't consider it to be a mean-spirited show. It can definitely get ridiculous in many ways, but like, yeah, I'm just not a big fan of how mean comedy can be. It doesn't make me laugh at all, man. No. Someone said it's because we created a society of those with little people. Well, yeah, that plays into it. Just, I guess, wanting to see characters get like totally crapped on or whatever. It could be a valid reason for watching things, but I just start getting sad. I'm just like, man, I didn't want to watch this. Somebody asked about Superstore. I used to find that one really funny, but I haven't watched that since I was in school. I wrote a paper on Superstore when I was in college because I found the pilot for it, and I think we were doing some sort of analysis on TV show pilots. So that's my relationship with Superstore. Reading chat. Someone says to very sad after. Yeah, definitely. Because you almost feel like you knew these people. And it's completely okay to be parasocial with characters that are not real. I will say that till the end of time for sure. Reading chat. Some agreed that comedy is sometimes very mean. Yeah, you can get away with a lot in the name of comedy. Sometimes I feel like people work backwards from their misanthropy when it comes to like writing comedy. And I'm just like, God, you just like you hate people so much, and it's unappealing to me. But whatever. I'm I'm armchair analyzing. I don't know what tends to happen in the mind of comedians. I am very much not a comedian. You may notice I describe myself as mostly just an influencer or a commentator because I make commentary videos. But yeah, I can be funny. I feel as though based off of the way people react to things, usually if I'm trying to be funny, it works, and that's nice. But when it comes to actually being a comedian, that's just not what I am. For many reasons. I think being a comedian involves a specific kind of funny that a lot of them don't even have. Y'all think that, y'all comedians, but really you're just a mean person who knows how to be witty sometimes, and that's not the same thing. And especially with it being easy for me to be a mean person who can be witty sometimes, that's why I stay away from comedy as an art form. Because I don't want this to spiral into some sort of awful soapbox where it just becomes about how, like, look how clever I'm being while dunking on the maximum amount of people. So yeah, you gotta find your good comedians that are not playing that sort of game specifically. But yeah, I don't want to do stand up or be seen as some sort of comedian. I would rather just be someone who can be funny sometimes, like any person, because I'm not built for that, dog. I'm really not. Someone said Bob the Drag Queen did a good video on comedy recently. Shout that out. Someone said I'm definitely funny, but I'm not trying to be a comedian. That's where I am. Like, I can get the whole room laughing if I got to, but comedian, nah, we're good. We're good, bro. Someone said most people are not creative enough to be comedians. For real. Someone said I wish the mass humor was less about making fun of types of people and good fun. Yeah, like let me show you an example. I might have mentioned her recently, but I don't remember, of a comedian who I've been following with great like interest. I think I watched 2 of her specials, and I found them to be so refreshing because they felt a little bit different than you're just like, oh, we hate everything and making fun of everything. Atsuko Okatsuka, I believe. Yes. Okay, great. Atsuko Okatsuka is an example of a comedian that I love her humor style. She's funny. And she's funny in a way that I actually find surprising. I think most stand-up comedy, I run into an issue where it can get kind of easy to predict the jokes. It can get kind of easy to see where people are going with this. And I feel like the comedians can often be so preoccupied with coming across a certain way that it all just feels kind of navel-gazing. But Atsuko specifically is so funny because she does not feel very concerned about any of that. And I feel like it's more so, I don't know how to describe her comedy style because I'm not smart enough to do that. So maybe you should just check out one of her specials and see if you see what I'm saying. It's a little bit different, and I rock with that more. But yeah, shout that out for real. She's actually coming to do stand up live near me, close enough where I could see it, but I don't think it's going to work out because it's happening really late and I have to work the next day, which I'm sad about. But yeah, it's okay though. It's okay. So I've never seen the stand up comedian that I've actually found funny and made me laugh. Here, we can do some stand up right now. I need like a brick wall. Brick. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong computer. Brick wall. I'll leave you guys with some stand up and then you'll see why I should literally never do this because it's, well, not funny. Save image. Wait, I feel like these bricks are actually, they're enormous. Okay, we'll try. This one's really grainy, but I feel like that's actually going to make this funnier. So I'm going to insert image, browse. Okay, we'll do this stupid brick wall. Okay. I'm giving you guys a cringe warning early that this is going to be cringe. This is going to be really, really bad. Oh my god. Okay. Let me move this down. Okay. Oh. I'm cringing so bad. I'm cringing so bad. Okay, hold on. That's the thing is you have to let go. You have to let go of the cringe. Where would I be performing? I'm just going to pick a random place. Well, hello, Atlanta, Georgia. This is the part where you're all clapping for me very loudly. All right. Yeah, so happy to be here. So psyched. I'm happy to say, you know, I was surprised. My crew and I only got mugged twice on the way over here. So, hey, I actually feel like that's a step up from Chicago. Insert the laughter. Okay, so let's see. We've been casually racist. What else? Oh, women. Am I right? You know the thing that's really crazy about women that I feel like everybody's just too scared to say? They be crazy as hell. I'm just gonna say it. Insert the applause. Everyone's applauding me for what? Being misogynist now? Oh, I'm forgetting communities. How could I forget? My beloved trans folk. Well, and then I make a face and everyone laughs because I'm sure you just thought, you know, maybe some of us are more beloved than others. Like, dog, it genuinely just sometimes feels like some of y'all comedians just be throwing darts at how can I talk about this community and that community and this community and that community in a way where I'm not going to explicitly get called bigoted. That's what it feels like stand-up comedy can be. That is not what everybody's doing. Okatsuko is not doing that. Okatsuka. Josh Johnson, I don't feel like he's up there doing that. I feel like there's a lot of stand-up comedians that are restoring my faith in humanity, but too many of y'all are thinly veiled edgelords who just want to make weird, questionable comments about every single group that you can think of in front of a wall while you get paid for it. And people applaud you. And I'm literally a YouTuber, so I'm no one to speak about wanting attention. I'm streaming live in front of an audience. But like, dog, y'all piss me off really bad. Someone said insert non-binary barista joke. Literally always the same jokes about theys and thems. And I'm just like, dog, I'm sorry. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh no. Someone said, I feel like stand-up is rage bait and grifting. A lot of it can be. Not all of it, clearly. But too much of it is to where sometimes I just don't want to find out. I don't want to find out. Someone said thinly. Yeah, what am I talking about? It's not even veiled. Well, it's not thinly veiled. It's just out in the open. What? See, this is a stand-up bit that I could actually work from because I find that to be a funny observation. So this is still going to sound really cringe because I don't have an audience of people laughing at me. But imagine it was kind of more like this. Atlanta, you know what I would like to talk about? Thinly veiled racism. The veils are made out of plastic wrap. They're made out of saran wrap. Are these veils At this point, where is the obfuscation? Y'all will say thinly veiled about things that are so obviously racist. I thought I stumbled into the 1800s by accident. Like, I feel like you can be funny even while talking about things that are related to the things that we're all preoccupied with, clearly, social issues, etc., while making points that you don't often see made, but you actually have to have some sort of insight. We have the insight that there's no such thing as thinly veiled racism. And that it's kind of funny that we socially accept this as an idea when that's not even a thing that you can be. You're either being racist or you're not. You could literally like walk that backwards into an entire bit that I think would be hilarious. Probably if you were actually funnier than I am, but then you run into the issue of it just being like clapter, where I'm just saying a bunch of things that are obviously true, like racism is bad, and then everybody's like, woo, screw President Trump, and I'm like, I hate him too, but no, not even a but. And can you make an original joke? Like, don't get me wrong, I think we need more making fun of the president, but I also just want people to go harder, not the same 5 jokes, you know? That's how I feel personally. So whatever happened to just talking about airline food? What's up with that? Yeah, no. So anyways, mixed feelings about stand-up comedy over here. But alas, what can you do? Someone said derogatory young generation joke. Oh yeah, and I hate young people, but also old people. Duh. Reading chat. Someone said, have you tried Josh Johnson? Josh Johnson does not fall into any of these traps, in my opinion. And I applaud him for that. Thank God he's on the come up and has been for a while. Anyways, that's all I've got for you folks. Thank you, Atlanta. You've been wonderful. And I will catch you all in the next stream. I've actually never been to Atlanta, but I would, because low-key it seems lit. Anyways, bye everybody. Thank you for watching. So silly.